Akshat,
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Avinash Kumar is there. You can call other session chairs.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure he's calling him now.
Okay.
Is coming.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Prerna ma'am, good morning. Good morning. Akshay.
Sir, actually, ma'am is in 2 to 3 meets, so maybe she
Okay,
missed.
okay, no issues, no issues.
A quick roll call for the authors. Paper ID number 1570784 656, Gaurav Soni. Paper ID 1570784 656, Gaurav Soni. Paper ID 1570784 Tejasri, Anusha, Ravi, Pandita, Kalasani, Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Paper ID 1570784 Braj Mohan, Debendra. Paper ID 157078531 Venkata Ratna Prabha.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Paper ID 157078533 Pranita.
Yes, sir.
Pranita, is it the same 1570784 Uh, 157078548 Shivangi, Saurabh, and Rajiv.
Yes.
Thank you. Paper ID 15707855520 Mohammed uh, Shinsuke Rubin.
Sir. Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Gaura Soni, are you there? He is there but not audible. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to DELCON 2022, the maiden IEEE Delhi section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, and Computer Engineering, hosted by Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Dwarka this year. For this session, we have track 4, that is VLSI Technology and Embedded System. Dr. Patiti Krishna, Dr. Avinash Kumar are the chairs for this session. We welcome you, session chairs. I am Akshay Agarwal, moderator for this session. We have Vijay Chug as the presenter and Shaurya Bhau as the coordinator. Please follow the following instructions. Please mute yourself until you are not asked to unmute. We will call the authors one by one and will present their research work. After completion of the presentation, I request the authors to unmute themselves for Q&A section. Session chairs are requested to please fill the attendance sheet and mark sheet after every paper presentation. In case of any technical issue, please coordinate with Yaju Chug or Shaurabh in the chat section. You are requested to stay till the session is over. Uh, Session chairs, please confirm that you have got the attendance sheet and the mark sheet.
Yes, myself, Dr. Krishna.
Good morning, sir.
Is I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I received attendance sheet, all the required data.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning. Myself, Dr. Avinash Kumar. Akshat, I have also got all the documents.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So starting with the session, first paper is paper ID 15707 84656 titled as Implementation of LM35 Interfacing of Temperature Sensor with Arduino using LabVIEW 2015. Author is Gaurav Soni. Uh, Gaurav, you don't need to present. We will present your pre-recorded video. Gaurav, please stop presenting. Thank you. Yaju, you may present.
I am representing it. Just a moment, please. Sorry for the delay.
Yaju, should I present?
Is the screen visible?
The author is requested to please turn his camera on and unmute himself. The chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Hello. Your presentation is good. I just want to ask you one thing that you are saying what you have designed is better than the presently available counterparts for sensing the temperature. Can you please explain how it is better? How you have judged that it is better than the available counterparts?
Gaurav?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. A very good morning to you and all the delegates present here. Sir, your question is how it is better than the other counterparts. So in the previous research, if you see, there are many few things that are being done in the lab view, interfacing with the sensors using such devices like DAQ device, like MyRU devices. So in that case, that is a economical research where the temperature sensor costs you less than 5 rupees, and if you have a lab view setup, even with the Arduino, you can just try interfacing the things, and this will become a standalone device. So the monitoring, the control, and all things will be very much easy, because in Arduino, when you write certain programs, you have to change whenever there are certain requirements. So if you are doing lab view with the DAQ, or for example my view also, so it will be a totally automated process. So earlier it has been done with the Arduino and many sensors, but many few research, if you just look up at the literature, many people have not tried this lab view platform. So this can be a better way of doing. To me, I believe like this.
You mean to say that you have used LabVIEW for this, others had not used LabVIEW, is that?
Uh, exactly, sir. Many of them earlier are not using LabVIEW interface with the Arduino. So this interface was somewhat new, not very new, sir. I'm not saying like this in earlier, but still it can be a emerging platform. So this can be emerging. It's not very new that I am doing a very new research. I do admit, but it's like an emerging platform where we can do, even we can try some like MyRio devices, MyRio.
Okay.
The session chairs are requested to please update the attendance sheet and the mark sheet.
Yes,
Moving on to the
Gaurav,
Yes, sir.
firstly, congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
Uh, I would like to suggest, after gone through your paper,
Yes, sir.
so you have not followed the up-to-dated reference papers, means conferences and journals.
Okay, okay, sir.
You have to thoroughly gone through all latest one.
Okay, sir.
That is one. The second one, most of your references are you are gone through only the conference papers.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
You are not seen journals. That means latest reputed journals. That is also required. You are improving your research in this field of area. And paper, you are not cited the all the references also.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
So hence, you keep in mind these points and try to improve your research. This already existing. Only you are just interfacing with LabVIEW.
Yes, sir.
So this is the small suggestions and advice to you for improving your research in future different directions.
Okay, sir. As per your question, should I resubmit the paper with all these references, citations added?
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, our team will look over. But whatever I seen, the from the technical team will say shared the paper. I have gone through that paper only.
Okay, sir.
Yes, so you may be discussed further if anything changes or you want to changes.
Okay, sir. Surely, sir.
Right. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Moving on to the next paper ID 15707-84854, titled as Hybrid Plasmonic Nanoantenna Design and Analysis for Optical Applications. Authors are Tejasri, Anusha, Ravi Raja, Pranita, Kalasani, and Praveen Naidu. I request the author to please unmute himself and switch on his camera. The session judges may ask any questions if they have.
Yes, Naveen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, firstly, congratulate to your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
I have gone through your paper.
Okay, sir.
I observed the following points. So, references you are not gone through up to latest
Okay, sir.
reference papers, which was maximum is you are gone through only the 2020 that was conference papers only.
Okay, sir.
So you have thoroughly gone through this one also. And the second one, have you implemented this? Is any application? You are all only you are designing antenna.
We design and run the simulation, sir.
Or you consider any practical applications of any system?
We further step is applications of practical, sir.
So you have not gone through any applications.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your presentation is good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I just ask a simple question to you. That you are saying you have made some frequency ranges 160 to 240 terahertz. In that frequency range, your antenna will work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, what is the improvement? Means basically what you are trying to improve in this as compared to the present.
Our main motto is implementation of nanotechnology, sir. Implementation of nanotechnology, and
Okay.
the bandwidth we provide is very high bandwidth, 68.39 terahertz bandwidth, which have many applications like energy harvesting, photo emission, photo detection. Like this, many applications comes under that region, sir.
So how you will be able to do energy harvesting using your antenna? You told it could be a possible application of your antenna. So can you explain how you can do energy harvesting using your antenna?
Energy, we can generate energy with this antenna.
How?
Energy harvesting. Basically, energy. This may applicable for energy harvesting, sir. I don't know much detail how it is implemented, sir.
Okay.
Energy
No
harvesting.
issues.
Energy harvesting.
Okay, no issues.
Much
Thank
detail I
you.
don't know, sir.
Okay, thank you. It was nice.
Okay, sir.
I
Can
request the
I
session judges to please update the attendance and the mark sheet. Moving on to the next paper.
ask a
Paper ID.
question in the previous presentation?
Okay, sir.
I'm little bit curious. You did your simulation in CST, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing simulation as receiving antenna or transmitting antenna?
What, sir? I can't get.
You are doing the simulation as transmitting or as receiving the antenna in receiving mode or transmitting mode.
Both the modes, sir. Both the modes we consideration.
So how did you make the feeding for the antenna? Or if receiving, how did you make illumination for your antenna?
In CST, In simulations, we will give
Yes.
input ready-made, sir, ready-made in the software.
This is receiving antenna.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Moving on to the next paper, paper ID 15707-84921, titled as Cavity Model Analysis of Two-Ways Power Divider uh, or Combiner for K-band applications. The authors are Brajmohan Maheshwari and Dibendra Kumar Panda. The author is requested to please unmute himself and switch on his camera. The chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Yeah. Very good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, good
Your
morning,
work
sir.
is good. Thank you for your
Yeah.
nice presentation also.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I wish to know one thing, a very general type of question, that
Yes.
you are planning to fabricate it. So, how will be, what is going to be the cost implication as compared to the right now available
Yeah.
counterparts?
Yes, sir. Actually, in my university, there is no any facility, but I have discussed with one company that is a Sikko based Sikko company in Delhi, Ghaziabad, and from which I have discussed with the cost of this power divider around 14 to 15,000, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
what is the cost for the presently available counterparts, power dividers?
Presently available cost of around 10 to 12,000 near about in a E plane and H plane type of for X band, the price near about 10 to 12,000, sir.
Okay, so in that case, your model is going to be more costly.
But my frequency is K band. Actually, I have in my lab actually X band this E and H plane type of power divider available and cost near about 11,000. But because my frequency is K band, so for a K band, obviously the cost of the waveguide and other fabrication increase. So the cost obviously increase, sir.
Okay, no, I was asking that for K band for which you are designing, for that,
Yeah.
what is the cost of available power divider right now?
Yeah, actually, I don't
In K band
know.
right now, no power divider is available?
Power divider is available, but because
Yes.
my proposed structure is new, which is not available in the market, because in the market the power divided in two different plane, and in my proposed structure the power divided in the same plane, means input and output both are in same plane.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the structure is compact in nature, and as well as the for a phase array antenna it is very useful because the output is available in the same port, means in the same plane, and as well as this power divider can be used as a divider as well as combiner due to the phases at the output is same. So the basic requirement for the combining, we need to the both port output port phase should be same. Then the power aid at the port one.
You mean to say that what you are designing is a new design? Such type of power dividers are not available right now.
Yeah.
Is that?
Actually, some of the work done by the my another author, but that work for X band only. 8 to
Okay.
12. This type of structure proposed only for X band, not for the K band and higher band. Yeah.
So right now, commercially in K band, your design power dividers are not available. That you are saying.
Yeah. Yeah. This type of structure is not available. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next paper, paper ID 15707-85311, titled as A Duck-Shaped Two-Part MIMO Antenna with Eminent Isolation for Dual Band Wireless Application. Author is Venkata Ratna Prabha. I request the author to please unmute herself and switch on her camera. The chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Yes, sir. Morning, sir.
Yes, Anusha, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, excellent work, your work. But I would like to know whether VSWR is low for best for the system or high for the best for the system. Hello?
Yes, sir. It should be high is the best for the system, sir. If VSWR is high value, then it is the best for system, sir.
If VSWR having low, what will happen in MIMO system?
There will be a slight decrease in the performance of the antenna. While
Performance in terms of gain
low
or spectral
transmission.
efficiency?
Yes, sir. Transmission will be somewhat low.
You mean gain will increase or decreased? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Decrease,
What about
sir.
gain?
Gain will decrease, sir, then. Because of low transmission, there will be decrease in gain, sir.
Okay. Have you considered any practical application?
Practical applications we are yet to do, sir. But for the base, we did not do any practical application up to now, sir. We will do, sir. We will do it.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. It was nice presentation. Your work is good.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to ask you one thing that you are developing two-port MIMO antenna with imminent isolation for dual band wireless applications. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, what is the difference that new thing you have done? Means if I ask you that what is the modification, I mean to say.
Sir, in particular frequency range, we decrease the size of the antenna with a good providing a good performance within that size, sir.
Okay, so you have reduced the size of antenna and
Yes,
improving
sir.
the performance. Okay, so how you check the performance that it has improved?
By getting the results of the performance of the antenna, sir.
Yeah, what are the parameters
Yes, sir.
which you checked? You are saying the performance you have evaluated as compared to the available antennas, and you have concluded that the performance is better. So on which parameters?
On the parameters of S11, gain, efficiency, VSWR, ECC
All
plot.
the parameters have improved.
Sir, with this size also, we achieved the exact values. What is the for some of the parameters, we need to get some best suitableness for this antenna, no, sir, for the better performance. So that with this compact, with this size of the antenna, we achieved that parameter values, and also we achieved the gain values, and we could do that antenna is performing well in the limited values with
Okay,
its
you mean to
size.
say you have achieved the comparable results, but with the reduced size, that you want to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're on mute. Akshat, you're on mute.
The chairs are requested to please update the answer sheet and the mark sheet. Moving on to the next paper, we have paper ID 15707-85323, titled as Dual Band Microstrip Printed Quad Pot MIMO Antenna with S and inverted C-shaped radiators for multi-band applications. The author is Pranitha M. I request the author to please switch on her camera and unmute herself. The chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Hello. Congratulations for your work and presentation. Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so you have also means fabricated this antenna after the simulation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, we fabricated a single element antenna, sir, and we want to fabricate the MIMO antenna as well.
Okay, okay. So that is good. So, do you think that it will find applications practically if it is configured, fabricated professionally, means on large scale?
Yes, sir. Actually, WLAN and Wi-Fi application, WiMAX applications will be there, sir, for this MIMO antenna. And
Okay.
we are checking for vehicle-to-vehicle applications. I mean, vehicle-to-vehicle communications for our single element antenna as well. So we'll be conducting further tests of applications, and we'll finally, after checking those applications for simulated results, we will go for fabrication, sir.
What you mean by vehicle to vehicle communication?
Uh, Actually, using ANSYS 7 software, we are checking radiation patterns on cars. Sir.
So how it will, how you will use it practically?
First, we are checking the range that our antenna is covering, sir, and then we want to further develop it for vehicle-to-vehicle applications, sir.
I'm not able to understand what you mean by vehicle to vehicle application.
We'll place the antenna on top of the car, sir.
Okay, then what it will do? How it will communicate to another vehicle, and what purpose will it solve? Okay, anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir. After further studying that, I will give you clarity for that, sir. Definitely.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Pranita,
Yes, sir.
yes, congratulates you for your entire work.
Thank you,
Uh,
sir.
I would like to ask a few questions here.
Yes, sir.
What are the different parameters for designing of MIMO antennas?
Uh, we consider diversity performance parameters, sir, to check the performance of antenna, like ECC, DG, MEG, torque, and CCL.
Torque.
Yes, sir.
May I know what is torque?
Total active reflection coefficient, sir.
So total active reflection coefficient.
Yes, sir.
What is the approximated value of torque for MIMO systems?
The
Ideal value. You may be considered as ideal value.
at the operating frequencies, it should be less than minus 10, minus 15 dB. Minus 10 dB, sir. At the operating frequencies, it should be less than minus 15.
For designing of MIMO.
Yes, yes, sir.
May I know what is the channel capacity loss? Channel capacity loss should be high or low for designing the quad port MIMO system.
It should be less than 0.6, sir. Because it's the acceptable limit of channel capacity loss, and it shows the loss of transmission bits, sir.
Shows the loss of
Loss of transmission in bits per second per hertz, sir.
no. My question is channel capacity loss.
Yes, sir.
What is the meaning of that one? Okay, yeah, one more. So I think most of the three papers came from the same institute, VR Siddharth Institute. Do you have simulators, micro simulators at your institute?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are simulating using a CST microwave software, sir.
This is the licensed version you have.
Our sir, our guide is from MPH SAT, sir. His systems have a CST software, and we are using that, sir.
No. Licensed version. Are you using licensed version?
No, sir, we are using crack version.
Then how can you justify the your work is efficient than existing work without using the licensed softwares?
We measured, sir. We measured the values and then we said, sir, because they're approximate.
Okay, this is the work under your PhD work.
No, sir, it's a BTech project, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kindly unmute yourself. You're on mute.
Sorry. Next paper ID 15707-85478, titled as Analysis of the Proposed Dynamic XNOR Circuit Using Dual Keeper with Twist Connected Transistors. Authors are Shivangi Mishra, Saurabh Kumar, and Rajiv Chauhan. The author is requested to please turn on her camera and unmute herself. The chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning. Your work is good. Uh, you can tell me? Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me that you are focusing on this considering the power requirement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, will you be able to means fabricate it, or you are just trying to simulate it?
No, sir, only I have simulated, but further I will do the layout design in Cadence using Cadence tool.
Okay. Right now means you are just simulating.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the results which you have analyzed, that is using Cadence itself?
Yes, sir. Cadence Virtuoso tool, sir.
Okay. So, good. And can you tell me, means if it is used practically, then means how it will improve? Means basically it will reduce the power consumption of the device or any other parameters as well.
Yes, no, sir. It is improving overall parameters like delay, power, and power delay product.
All the three parameters it will improve.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I request the chairs to please update the attendance sheet and the mark sheet. Moving on to the next paper. Paper ID 15707-85520, titled as Off-Chip Wideband Power Divider or Combiner for Sub-Receiver Module. The authors are Mohammed Habashi, Shinsuke Izzy, Akifumi, Rubin, and Tatsuo and Satoru. Sorry if I mispronounced your names. The author is requested to please unmute himself and switch on his camera. The chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Yes. Good morning, Mohammed
Good morning.
Mubarak. Yeah, your work is excellent. As I seen you, your
Thank you.
paper.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to know few points here. What is the significance of wideband power division per terahertz communication?
Actually, the benefit of terahertz communication and the benefit of the sub-terahertz or whatever communication system as proposed here is, of course, to increase the bandwidth and increase the data rate. So to achieve this, we need the huge bandwidth actually. So in our proposed design here, we are aiming to do the transmission for 40 gigabit, 40 gigahertz bandwidth. So this is a challenge to enable the transmission of this huge bandwidth. And so this is why we need, as I showed briefly, the power divider is one of the required elements in our design. So we need also the power divider to support this wide bandwidth.
Yes, sir. One more thing. What are the 5G expected peak data rates?
Again, please.
What are the 5G wireless communication expected peak data rates?
What are the expected data rate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Data rate, of course, depending on the digital scheme we are using. So I think the first reference in my paper showing one of our proposed designs. So previously we achieved something like 76 gigabit per second. So this is in
76
previous
gigabits.
76. This is previous work, but now this is new work. So we are still proposing the design. We still didn't measure the result for this for our work.
Any expected data rates? May expected? May know something?
It will depend also on the scheme.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For your application, for your sub-terahertz, for your sub-terahertz communication, what is the expected data rates?
I don't have a clear figure for the time being.
Okay, okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you from my end.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, congratulations. Your work is very good. And presentation is also nice. So,
Thank you.
I want to know one thing, that this power divider you are trying to develop, that will be used for 5G applications, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So my concern is that you are developing it right now, and are you just doing simulation, or are you implementing it, means fabricating as well?
No, sir. This is actually part of our PCB design for our receiver module. So
Okay.
it's already now on sent to fabrication, but we still didn't receive the PCB yet.
Okay, so you are not in fabrication right now.
Now we are waiting for the PCB to come back from fabrication.
Okay, right. So right now means whatever results you have obtained, these are from simulations only. You have not tested it
Yes.
practically.
Until now, the result presented only based on HFSS simulation.
Hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have done all the papers. Can I request all the authors and all the chairs to please switch on their camera for a group photograph? Thank you. Uh, we are done with all the authors for VES 7. I request uh, to conclude, I thank all the session chairs and the authors for joining. I hope we had a great learning experience. I request the chairs to please update the attendance sheet and the mark sheet if they have not done. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
What
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. What is the sheet required? What is the
Not
required
the
sheet?
authors, it is for the chairs.
Sorry?
No sheet needs to be updated by the authors, it is for the chairs who are judging you.
Okay, okay. Arigato. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Avinash
Thank
ji.
you.
Thank you, organizer.
Thank you.
you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Sir,
Thank you, sir.
thank you, Krishna sir. Thank you all the organizations and all the participants. Thank you, Prerna ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can we leave now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Others also can do.
Yes.
So, can you unmute yourself? So, can you try sharing a screen maybe?
Good.
Yes, so it looks fine. Please try flipping to the slides if it's working for you. I believe it's working fine.
Okay. How about the audio?
It's crisp, sir. It's very clear. Right? Charu and Sharon can vouch for it.
Yes,
It was
yes.
all, yeah, all right.
Audio and
Yes, sir,
audio
the
both
audio
are
is
good.
clear.
Audio is clear?
Right, so
Yes,
Very
sir.
good. Thank you.
your video itself also is working fine. Everything looks perfect, I believe.
So let's hope it stays this way for the next 15 minutes, 1 hour.
Right.
So what happens at 11:30? You are going to make the announcement, right?
Right, sir. We're going to start with the event, and Charu will be moderating the session and coordinating along with you, and I'll be helping you in case any technical difficulties come up during the session.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So can we put your presentation down right now and can maybe present the banner so that the participants know they have come at the right place and join the
Exactly.
session? Yeah.
Certainly. So what do I do?
I'll just, transfer the presenter rights to Yash so he can present the banner. Is that all right?
That's fine. Okay.
Very good morning to you, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine.
That's great.
It's just a little past midnight, but it's pretty good.
Okay, that's great.
And how is it there? Last time I was in New Delhi around this time, it was about oh, a little above freezing temperature, at least in the morning. But as the day got better, the temperature
Yeah,
got
it's
pretty
very
good.
cold here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you guys located in New Delhi? Is it central Delhi or
I personally am actually from Chandigarh.
Chandigarh? I see.
Yeah.
So, sir, actually, the Delhi section covers 3 states, 2 union territories, as well as national capital Delhi itself. So, I belong to Delhi and I'm in the northwest region, whereas Charu belong to Chandigarh as well as Sharon.
Oh,
So, Chandigarh is the subsection under this section.
I see. So you guys are forgive me, because I don't everybody and all the roles you play, but I suppose your student chapter is very active, and I see Professor Subramaniam. I saw that name, and Adil and other lot of people. Right, you are supported by a whole bunch of lot of star power.
Right, sir. As you must have seen the website, even for the last 2 days, we had the Region 10 director as a plenary speaker, as well as the ADA Council chair elect and the current chair as well. And the immediate past chair is taking a session right now in parallel in
I
another
see.
room.
I see. I think your Region 10 director is Deepak Mathur, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah. I think I spoke to him a couple of days back. We were in a meeting together.
Yeah, so I've heard from, I think it was a board of directors meeting or something going on.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just about getting there.
Very good morning, sir. Sharon
Good
this
morning.
side. So I just wanted to know, like, I've heard you belong to the Indian origin only. So, like, how did you plan on settling in USA?
Well, I was just like you guys about 40, 42 years back. Went to school, had my own ambitions and aspirations. And so luckily it worked out for me because the time, at least now for me, when I came here, I was at the nascency of IT technology or the computer programming software, beginning of software. So this was late 70s. And I was lucky to go to a good school here, have a good career and able to join at that time what was considered a crown jewel. That's Bell Laboratories, where we had Unix and C and many of the things that came to light. So I was able to work in such an environment. So that's something we can't put a price on that. And yeah, about 30 plus years later, so I'm still here. So we are settled here. Our children were born here and they had their jobs and whatnot. And I volunteer my time to IEEE. So
Great to know,
that's coming one full circle.
Definitely, sir.
Yeah, the important thing is, when I was growing up and making these moves, sometimes I did have the guidance, benefit of great mentors and so on, but sometimes there was no hand holding that was needed. So I had to learn a lot of things myself. So the presentation that you see today is a result of those learnings that I had over a period of time to sculpt me, if I may say so, the way my career and myself, turned out now. So that's basically the message.
That's great to know, sir.
I believe we're right on time, so can we start with the session? Is that okay, Gagan and Sharon?
We can start with the session. I believe the participants
Yeah,
will
we
be
can
joining as we proceed.
Yeah, great. Okay, so a very good morning to everyone. On behalf of IEEE DELCON, I, Charu Kaushik, would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for this enlightening session on surviving and thriving in today's workplace. As Andrew Wilkinson rightly said, you don't have to make yourself miserable to be successful. Success isn't just about working hard, it's about working smart. Keeping this in mind, today's session would be dealing with tips to manage professional development and career security. This session discusses the why and how of networking internals to increase your chances of success and the quantity and quality of returns. This session offers perspectives on conflict in the workplace and practical approach to handle differences. For this, we have with us today the esteemed guest, Mr. Bala Prasanna. Mr. Prasanna's professional career of over 35 years includes working in institutions like SUNY, State University of New York, AT&T, and IBM in various roles in senior technical and management positions. He volunteers his time at IEEE Region 1 as a member of the Board of Governors. He was also a board member at IEEE USA. Sir cherishes his time talking to students and career professionals specifically on the importance of career management skills and technology frontiers. His passions are photography, reading biographies, and meeting people of accomplishment. Mr. Bala Prasanna was recently elected to serve as IEEE Region 1 Director-elect 2022 to 2023 and Director 2024 till 2025. Mr. Prasanna is also proud to be a member of IEEE HKN International Honor Society. Kindly note that this event is being conducted under the Student Professional Awareness Program, SPACS, wherein we wish to bridge the gap between academics and the professional world by helping students and young professionals prepare for their futures by providing students a chance to listen to experienced engineers from diverse backgrounds and discuss topics from various professional development categories. Before delegating the stage to you, sir, I would like to request all the panelists to switch on their cameras for a group photograph. Thank you all. Attendees are requested to post their questions in the Q&A box, which will be addressed one by one post this session by our esteemed speaker. I would now like to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Bala Prasanna to IEEE DELCON and to request him to take over and begin with the session.
Thank you, Charu. That was a great introduction. Do I share now?
Yes, sure, sir.
Okay. Okay, are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Good morning to you guys. It's a joy and honor to be with you. I bet I'm looking at a great, wonderful, and formidable body of youthful talent and energy out to make and shake tomorrow's world. As your speaker, I'm ready and eager to share a few things that I believe you ought to be aware just as you get yourself ready to start your professional career. Hopefully, what you hear will help you make necessary adjustments to your thinking and behavioral practices. It's about 11 o'clock, just a little bit past 11 o'clock, 11:30 your time. So I hope the organizers served you with a great breakfast so your attention will not jump to lunch in the next about 45, 50 minutes. Rather stay with me and get what we are going to discuss. There are about 29 slides. The deck is available to you either with Gagan or one of his team members. I may not be able to cover all the points. I will try to do my best within the time frame that is allocated to us. Okay, we will jump in. The first few slides give you a sort of motivation as to why career management skills are important. Just as you have grown and excelled in your technical education, it is important and imperative that you grow your career management skills also. So that said, we'll get started. Charu, am I coming clear on your side?
Yes, absolutely clear.
Thank you. Okay, I'll keep going now. Look at this slide. So great things are not done by impulse, but by a series of small things brought together. So hopefully in the next 45, 50 minutes, you'll hear a lot of, probably small things, but you will be able to stitch those things together to make yourself successful and have a successful career and a successful life. Our problems are many, but the human capacity to solve them is limitless. This is something that you have to keep in mind. This human capacity to solve using the ecosystem that you create for yourself. The ecosystem consists of your professors, your parents, your friends, your school. So any of those things. So if you employ them, if you use them correctly, then it offers you the capacity to solve the overwhelming, challenging problems that you are sure to encounter as you get into work life. Change is gradual. You should aim for progress, not perfection. So take yourself further. That is the mantra for you for the rest of the talk. Take yourself further. So it is a gradual evolution, right? You are here for a marathon for the next 30, 40, 45, 50 years at least. So it is not a sprint. So take your time, do it in a methodical way. That's the idea here. Okay, let's see how. Okay, this is something you may have heard from your grandparents. Lack of a nail, shoe was lost. Finally, the kingdom was lost, all because of a horseshoe nail. So hopefully that does not happen to you, because you're able to recognize what those little nails are needed to make you have a successful career. And you're able to take care of that, address it, and make it a part of your asset so that you will have a kingdom that is yours and that you can enjoy. Okay, I have to struggle 2 times to move my slide. Okay, very good. Tomorrow will be nothing like today. So you guys are at the forefront. So you will be the one who are the makers of tomorrow. So the challenges, the opportunities are all yours. So you need to be prepared in ways that you are able to handle the opportunities and challenges. That is very important. So that is the idea here. I need to click 2 times, I think, to get to the next slide. Okay. Here the key words in this slide are alone and together. So whatever you do, it is teamwork. You're always a part of a team, an organization, department, whatever that happens to be. And you also have an identity for yourself, that is being alone. So for the team to be successful, you need to be successful as an alone as yourself. So you need to bear in mind these 2 things about yourself. You are alone and you are also a part of a team. So the team needs to be successful, so you are also successful. Okay. So to make that happen, so you need to make sure career growth is an important aspect of what you do. Learning and practicing soft skills is an important path in that direction. The next thing is important. Values of importance to you. What are values of importance to you? You need to be perceived as somebody who is confident, who produces output that are credible, who does not miss deadlines, who is helpful, and so on and so forth. Those are values of importance to you. Now, in order to get those values yours, you need to have the behaviors that get you there. So you need to recognize what those behaviors are. You need to pay focus attention on that and make sure that you approach those values through those behaviors. Those behaviors could be how you speak, how you communicate, how you act, in a tense situation, in a hard situation. All those things become important. That is how you manage your emotions. What are your insights? What are your intuition? All those things, how you train yourself, become important. Okay. You need to be relevant in the workplace. Very important, because if you're not relevant at any given time, then there is no game for you, because you won't get the right assignments, and therefore you don't get the rewards. There are either financial rewards or promotions or any of those things. So you need to strive to be relevant at all times. How do you make that happen? You need to have your own personal management system, whether it is written or it is in your head or however you practice it. It is something unique to you that you have devised for yourself that works for you. So you need to have that concept. That includes training, whether it is your technical training or any other kind of training that needs to be a part of that management system. Relation management, very important, that you establish and nurture good relationship with your manager, management, and your peers. Okay, because if you do not have good relationship with these folks, then you will not have the resources for you to get the job done in the workplace. So it's very important that you pay attention to this aspect of relation management. Creating a track record. So yes, you are getting paid to produce something of value. So you need to have a consistent record of creating, delivering output. You need to have a good track record for yourself. So that makes you relevant, that gets you good assignments as you keep progressing. Stay disciplined. It's easier said than done, but it's very important under no circumstances that you sway off being disciplined. Resilient. Resilient is you need to brace yourself for hard problems, hard situations, working with hard people, difficult people. All those things will happen. So you need to be able to work hard, work long hours, okay? Make sometimes some impossible things happen. So only when you put yourself through these hard kind of things, then it improves your self-confidence, your image, so all those things. So you need to, we always want easy assignments. We always want to do easy things. That's good. Those things happen too. but you need to be in your mind prepared for hard things. So whatever it takes, like I said, no, working with hard people or hard problems, whatever those things. So you need to have that resilience as a part of your growth. Take yourself further. So we already talked about it. That is the mantra going forward. Okay. Okay. I'll have about 2 or 3 images just to make the same point, but in slightly different way. In this case, you see a person standing on stilts. Okay. So this person is standing on stilts. Therefore, this person is able to see farther and wider. Now, this person is standing on the stilts. The stilts are the equivalent of your parents, your professors, your school, your resources that you have that have enabled you, that have lifted you up so that you are able to see more and better. So that is a privilege that you have. So with that privilege also comes the responsibility to acknowledge those resources, those stilts, those professors, those parents, and all that ecosystem. And the responsibility part of it, now that you are able to see more and that you are able to see better, right? You also have to contribute to take advantage that reflects the advantage that you had of seeing more and better. So have this image in mind. So how you are being lifted up and how the opportunities are available to you and how you need to exploit those opportunities or challenges. Okay. This says pretty much the same thing, but in a slightly different way. So here, you want to go from one side of the bridge to the other side. So you are tasked with a problem to solve in your workplace. You need to get to the other side, right? So that may not be easy, but you need to have faith in the fact that there is always a bridge that's available to you to walk across to get you to the other side. That bridge is again the same ecosystem, which is your manager, your peers, the resources available to you and all that. So those things are there, they are available. You need to have faith in the system. You need to be able to use that. Now, here the premise is you need to make the first step. So you need to be bold, you need to be ready, you need to exude confidence, you need to exude the right energy, have the right preparation. So you put right foot forward with that mindset, and then rest of the thing is the ecosystem will help you, and that makes you successful. So this is another image that you can keep in mind. Okay. Come on. I'm not able to move to the next slide as easily. I think the system is slow. It's not letting me go to the next slide.
So could you please right click and select the topmost option maybe? Is it not working as well?
Not able to move to the next slide.
Can you maybe try presenting again and dropping down this presentation? See if we can that work.
How do I do that?
Let me take your presenter rights and then give it back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, please try now.
Okay, back to sharing. Okay. Okay. I'm going to skip past this one in the interest of time. Okay. Okay, I'm stuck again.
So should I do a should Yash do your presentation and maybe you can say
It's
next?
fine. Yeah, you can do that too. So
right.
as a guide, I think I'll open my own screen so that way I. Okay, yeah, go ahead. If you can.
Right. Yash, are you there? Can you try presenting Sir's presentation?
Yes, I can try.
Okay. The next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Now, this is in some sense an important slide. When you start your career, when you walk through the doors of your new employer company, right? Make sure you take some time to grasp the big picture. The big picture is like, who are the players? Who are the managers? What is the organization structure? Invest some time understanding that. If you can't do it on day one, do it as soon as possible. So that way you get a picture. Find out what is the rules of the game, which means, what is the culture in that organization. Okay, what is the big idea? What is this company about? What is the your department or your organization unit doing? How is it contributing to the overall intent or the need of the company? Business control practices, like when are you expected to take your training? So what are the deadlines? Can you meet those deadlines? Your timesheets. So there are so many things, okay, apart from your technical part of the job, you still need to take care of so many other non-technical aspects. So you need to make sure that you are aware of those things. That way you become a maintenance-free employee, that you do not need your manager to tell you, like, hey, why did you miss submitting the time card? Why did you miss the training date? And so those sort of questions won't happen to you. Okay, annual productivity measures. So be aware of that. So what is your department or your group supposed to produce? How is it measured? Okay, so you need to have an idea of that, because that ensures funding for the next year, for the next iteration, and so on and so forth. So when you have that, you get a grasp of whether it is successful, largely successful, moderately successful, all those kind of things where you get to learn about those things. You need to have a grasp of those things as soon as best as possible. Performance assessment, it is going to happen at least once a year or more than once a year. So be prepared for that, right? So you can go walk into your manager's office with your saying, so how well you have done and so on. At the same time, your manager is also listening to your peers as to how you perform. So that way, have a grasp of what you have done, how you are presenting yourself to the manager, how the manager perceives what your performance has been. So you need to have a grasp of these things. So earlier you do these things, better off you are. So that way you can control your destiny a whole lot better. So grasping this big picture is important, and do it as soon as you can. Next slide, please. Okay. Here, there are several things, but it primarily emphasizes on the idea that you need to have a plan, and without a plan, you are setting up for failure. So that's one thing that jumps out here. Another thing that jumps out is friendly and firm. So, of course, you need to have friendly relationship with your co-workers and so on. So that is one aspect of it. At the same time, you need to have the wherewithal to be firm in communicating certain things that are important. Okay, you cannot mince your words. You need to be very clear about setting expectations, whether it is a deliverable by a certain date, or the accuracy of certain thing, or if some person is consistently missing something, to send that person a message. So those things, you need to have the right words, right tone, helpful tone, but you need to do that. Okay, you cannot escape not doing those things. So you need to be friendly, and also you need to be firm. So you need to practice that aspect of it. The next one I am going to touch upon here is, you must always be training for the next level if you wish to advance. The idea here is the following. Of course, when we are in workplace, we want to, get better assignments, get financial rewards, or get promoted to the next higher level, and so on and so forth. So those are right things. They need to happen. Those are right aspirations. But for those things, to be made easier, to happen, consider this, right? So I am here in this level. I wish to get promoted to the next level. So what I do is I seek out assignments at the next higher level for which I want to advance and work on them. I demonstrate I can do that. When I do that, it makes it easier for my manager and his peers to make a case for my promotion because I'm already doing work at the next higher level. Now, step backward. Who is going to give me the assignments at that next higher level? I'm going to get such assignments because I have a credible track record. I work hard. I work smart. I having a good relationship with people. So all those things that with that, so there is enough confidence either with your team leader or with your manager to give you that assignment that is meant for the higher level. So if you can address that, if you have that image, that picture in mind, you will be well served. So think about that when you are gunning for your next promotion or next financial reward. So it is not enough if you are the very good at your current level. You need to aspire to be performing at the next higher level if you want to get promoted. That's the idea. So next slide, please. Okay. This is another good slide. Of course, basics of communication. The first couple of things are already something that you already know. You have heard about it a million times already. Good posture, neat appearance, positive nonverbal communication, positive and energetic, and on, right? The idea of repeating here is it is something that you need to constantly be aware of and make sure it is a part of your everyday system, everyday behavior. Okay, that you do not regress away from these kind of things, which help you make the first impressions or the impressions that you need to be making with your colleagues or with your management. So never let up on these things as basic as they are. Okay. The next is what you say and how you say it. Make sure you have the right vocabulary, right words that you use at different levels, whether you're communicating with your peers or you're communicating with your manager or your manager's manager. So you have the right vocabulary. So you need to work on that. You need to be able to express in sentences that people at those levels understand. And also it is important how you say it. So set the right tone. Let the words come out the way they should. Not in a hurry, not in a jumbled way, not in an arrogant way. So you need to be mindful of those things. So you need to catch yourself. If you're doing that, that's a place for you to fix yourself up so that that does not happen next time. So be mindful of that, what you say and how you say. So train yourself for that. Establish how you want to be treated. So if I have the right confidence, right image, good track record, and so on, then I do expect to be treated with respect by my colleagues and so on. And of course, I'm expected to give them the right respect also. So the point here is, if I am not doing those things, then I would be treated like a doormat. People walk over me. There is no value for my contributions. Nobody recognizes that. If that happens, that affects my self-confidence. I won't be productive. So then, of course, undesirable things happen. So make sure you're not sliding into that part of the spiral, right? So work hard on these things and then establish how you want to be treated. So that is good for your self-confidence. It is good for your image, how you are projected, and so on. Talk up. Talk up is important. Here, I'll give you a small example why it is so important. Just by changing a few words around, how you can create a different dynamic for better, right? Suppose I am a manager and Gagan works for me, right? So I have this important report that I need to create by Friday, so that my management has asked me. It came out of nowhere. So it's important, it needs to get done. So now I go to Gagan because Gagan can do it. So I say, could you do it, Gagan? So what does Gagan do? So Gagan is already, hey, I'm already doing, 10 different things. How can I get out of this one? What softwares can I do it? How can I wiggle out of this one? So that's the calculations Gagan is already having, right? Now, instead of saying, could you do it, Gagan, I will say, Gagan, I have this thing, that needs to get done. So please get this done by Friday. When I just use the words instead of could you do it, I just said, please do it by Friday. Just by using those words, I'm setting a different expectation. When I set that different expectation, results do come aligned with that expectation. Because I'm not giving Gagan a chance to say, that he cannot do it. And I know Gagan can do it. So now if Gagan has any problems, he will say, Bala, I'm already doing, 10 different things. So then, of course, we can negotiate and say, okay, I'll let you up on 2 things that you are doing because they can take some slack. But it's important that you do this one by Friday. I'm glad you are doing it, Gagan. And then, so I walk away. I know Gagan can do it. So in the whole dynamic, the job gets done. I have a good, as manager, good appreciation, good image of Gagan doing it. It's good for Gagan also. So just by tweaking a few words around, you can create a different dynamic. So find those, different style of languages and use it to your advantage. That's the message here. Ask questions, not irrelevant, irreverent, nonsensical questions. But you need to train yourself to ask questions in the meetings you go to, right? And, whoever, whether it is your manager, it doesn't matter. Don't settle for yes and no responses. Ask like you were saying, ask how, why, what, when. So those questions, when you ask those questions, again, it creates a different dynamic and the results are much better than if you had not asked those questions. So train yourself to ask questions. Ask good questions. Those good questions meaning, that convey, excuse me. Good questions convey respect for the person who you're intending the question. That's important, right? Then also get better as asking better questions. Train yourself to ask better questions. Again, it is an evolutionary process, but it is important that you do it because you're creating a different dynamic that serves you well, that serves the other party well, that serves the organization well. So it's an important part of communication skills. Next slide, please. Networking, very important, right? Of course, this is one of the topics Gagan had chosen for me, and we have been talking networking in different contexts and so on. But here, the key idea from this slide is the following. Of course, we want to network. So we need to find out why. Who are we networking? Is it a networking, at a workplace or in a college setting, or whatever the purpose is? You need to know with whom you want to network. Is it your professors? Is it your colleagues or managers? Whatever those things are. Who? You need to have a clear idea. What will I be able to contribute? This is the key thing, right? So of course, you are getting into the network to gain something, to get something out of it. So now you're graduating from NSUT. So you're going to get a job in say June or July timeframe, right? So you want to get good reference letters from Professor Subramaniam and people like that. So that's what you want to gain. Now, of course, what happens if you do these things, okay, you can walk up to Professor Subramaniam's office in May and tell him, say, look, I have an interview or, coming up next month. I took these courses with you. I did these projects. So you may know about me. I did fairly well. So would you please write me a reference letter? Of course, Professor Subramaniam is very good and has been always nice to the students, supportive of the students. So he writes a nice letter and everything is fine. But look at the same situation a little bit differently. Instead of going in May to Professor Subramaniam's office, so why don't you try going in January or February? walk into his office and tell him, hey, how can I help you? I know you have been busy with your research work. So can I collect the abstracts of all these new research papers that came out, so that way you don't have to go through these research papers, but here is the summary that I can produce for you. Okay, that may help you save your time. Or can I help you grade some papers of the juniors? Or can I help clean your laboratory? Okay, I can do many of those things, and I do those things. So between, say, January, February, and then come May, I go to the professor's office and say, no, again, hey, I have this opportunity. Would you please write me a reference letter? Now, what quality of reference letter is he going to write now than in the first case? Just imagine that. The idea here is, yes, you do need to network, but you also need to make sure that you do contribute something to the network, because once you do that, the rewards that you get from the network is enormous. It's a whole lot more than you would have planned or imagined. Again, like it says, make sure you thank your contacts, do what you promised to do, and always be aware. Keep your antenna up. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll skip this one. We'll come back to this if we have time. Next one, please. Conflict in workplace, very important. Okay, so here the idea is somehow you need to get over the aversion that conflict is bad, that it's going to pull you down, that you can't handle, that it makes you sweaty, that you are at a loss of words, that you cannot decide the fate or the direction. So those kind of negative things, you need to get rid of that kind of aversion. Rather than that, you need to have a different mindset that conflict can be healthy, and if you play it right, it can bring out new ideas and new relationships. So that's the mindset that you need to have, that you need to practice to get at that. You may not get there day 1 or day 2 or even day 10, but you need to be working in that direction, because working, having an aversion to conflicts, I'm going to avoid this conflict, I'm not going to speak to this A-type personality or this difficult person, or so those things are not going to help you in the long run. You need to face those realities. You need to have a game that works for you to stand up to those. The bottom line here is, like it says, conflict is unavoidable and it is common in workplace. So negotiation is the primary key, and you need to be good at it. Again, like it says at the end, so if you have conflicts or disagreements in workplace, so jump on it as soon as possible. Do not let it harden into resentment or anger, because if you are angry with yourself or if you are angry with your colleagues, it does no good to anybody. Okay, so you need to be able to resolve that as soon as you can, as best as you can, but that's the mindset that you have. Just because you have that mindset, and if you approach it that way, you'll be a whole lot more successful. Next slide, please. The purpose of this slide is different people have different personalities. So I could be a person who has a dominating voice, a boorish voice. I could have been in the organization, have the ears of the manager or whoever I'm working with. So if I go to the meetings, then I dominate dominating the meeting with my voice, with my input, and so on. If I keep doing that over a period of time, the juniors or the other people will shut up. They don't give their input because whatever I say goes. If that happens, it is not good for the organization. The message here is for me to shut up, okay, and try a different personality type that allows for others to participate, others to contribute. That's important. The flip side of this one is if my personality is avoiding type or accommodating type, where I'm too shy, I don't want to engage into discussions or prolonged debates. So I always yield to, okay, I heard what you say, so let's go with your solution. So if I do it often enough, then people will perceive that I don't have any ideas and they can walk over me. I become a doormat, I become useless. Of course, when it happens over a period of time, then your self-confidence suffers. You are not contributing to the organization. Other people notice, your management notices, and all that. It's not good. So what do? You change your personality, right? So you assume a different personality here. So you work very hard. So you do the research. You anticipate questions. So you create some alliances with your supporters as to know like why your solution needs to be listened to. Okay. And then when the time comes in the meeting, you are ready to make your case. If necessary, pound on the table and tell the other people, look, guys, I have a solution. It may not be a best solution, but it works because I have worked very hard. I have looked at all different angles. Okay, so if you project yourself with that preparation, with that tone, then you are apt to succeed because people don't perceive you then as a doormat, they perceive you as a contributor, and you also have learned yourself how to handle conflicts, and you also have put other people on notice, okay, about your behavior. So that way it is very important to understand and assess what your behavior is, and you do need to change if you deem that that behavior is not working for you or for the organization in the long term. Next slide, please. Politics. So it's always there. So you need to make sure that you do practice good politics. Examples: managing your boss. What do you mean managing your boss? Boss is supposed to manage us, but here is it's a flip side. What you do here is, remember, at least two things, right? Your manager always likes to be communicated with, right? So find out what the manager's, his or her preferences are, right? WhatsApp messages, text messages, telephone, voicemail messages, email messages, stopping by the office, or have a coffee and speak to the manager. Whatever it is, you find out and you work with that manager at that point in time. So it's very important that you align. So be able to read your manager's mind and align with it. Okay. Another example is, remember, your manager has his own manager, and your manager has his or her own peers. So they have expectations on your manager for deliverables. So you need to understand what those deliverables are, what those expectations are, and you need to be a part of the contribution to make your manager successful. Once you are on that path where you have understood your manager's needs and you are contributing to that, you are already successful because your manager loves you for that, right? Because you are being successful by making your manager successful. So consider that, how to play that game. So it's very important. Managing your peers. So here, it could be more tricky than managing your managers because your peers are also your competitors, right? But yet, it is important because they could be your angels too, because they could speak for you, they could help you out in times of in hard times and so on. So that is why it is important to manage relationships with your peers. Another example is, let's suppose I go to the manager, okay, and tell how great it was, how hard it was, that you were able to solve this problem and then get the solution yesterday by working until 2:30 in the morning. So to impress your manager, right? So that's the story you are telling your manager. Now, Gagan, who is a peer team member, he goes to the manager and says, look, I know, Bala is smart. He worked hard and all that. But you know what? If Bala had worked and if he had started earlier, he would not have made the team anxious because he was due to give this output 3 days before. He was late by 3 days, and that is affecting the whole team. So that is the story Gagan is telling the manager. So who do you think the manager pays attention to? Right? So that is why it is important that you have the right relationship with your peers. So that way, the message that you convey, that your peers convey, are consistent and helpful. Next slide, please. What is your brand? Of course, everybody graduates out of NSUT or other schools, and everybody gets the same degree and so on. But over a period of time, you need to specialize yourself. You need to be known for something. right? Makes you unique. There are many examples here. For example, here, you know, when you assign testing to Kumar, good as gold. So I can trust that he has, like, this system is going for a field release. And if it bombs there, we are screwed, because that makes newspaper headlines, or, our company CEO has to explain, and all those bad things happen. But when Kumar has done the testing, I can be very confident that we don't get into that situation. So you need to be that Kumar. You need to be that Joe who has that ability to grasp what is happening, that the manager, cannot perceive it on a daily basis. So Joe knows how the team is coming together or falling apart, or what their issues are. So he can give an honest story, so that way the manager can make the fix. So you need to be that Joe, or you need to be that Don, or whoever it is, whatever it is. So, but the thing is, you need to have that specializing, you need to have a brand for yourself that's helpful to you. Next slide, please. Don't spread the small stuff, which means a lot of things happen during the course of a day, right? So people criticize you, or you are disappointed, something did not happen your way. So these are things, as important at the moment as they seem. So you need to have the awareness or the experience, right, to understand, hey, this is going to go away. This is not going to be the same deal come tomorrow or next week. You won't even remember that. So I'm not going to expend my time and energy just thinking about this, and losing on the productivity and other things that I need to be really doing, because I can be mowing, I can be whining about these things, but this is not going to help me. It's going to make me feel sad. And yeah, being sad, I think you may make feel good for some time, but it's not going to take you anywhere. So that way you need to be able to manage yourself and not worry about certain things that you should not be worrying about. Okay, next slide, please. But you do need to be worrying about some big things, managing for results. So you need to make sure that you do produce the results. That is why you get paid. That is why you get promoted. Why you get better assignments. All those things happen. So results is always important. Don't burn your bridges. Again, another networking lesson. When you're angry, it's very easy to mouth off bad things against your colleagues, managers, management, all those things. Okay, but it's very important that even as angry as you feel, that you don't say, or that you don't shoot out email messages, okay, that conveys your anger, or some words that you cannot take back. In a family setting with the friends and family, you can say certain things and they are reversible, so they forgive you for that. But in a workplace environment, so your colleagues or your manager is not going to forgive if you are bad mouthing them. So it's very important how you control yourself as angry as you feel at times. Okay. Another thing I want to hit upon here is, and then more. So that has to be your mantra. Overachieve on expectations. Okay. Make sure that you have this agreement with your team leader or your manager as to when you are going to produce what, and so on. So make sure that that happens before the time of a quality higher than what you had promised. Okay, and do that consistently. So this and then more kind of thing, that has to be your thing. Do 110% of what you're asked to do, either by coming ahead of time, by doing it cheaply, by doing it faster, by doing it better, whatever those things are, but overachieve on expectations. So it's not enough you meet the expectations, then you'll be average Joe, but you need to strive to overachieve on expectations. Next slide, please. Some more big stuff that you need to pay attention. We already talked about some other things. The personality amplifiers, being positive, having nice handshake and nice vocabulary, all those things are important. We talked about anger management, career management, relationship management. All those things are important. Wide angle view of the profession. So remember the stilts, right? How you have the advantage, right? So make use of those things. have an awareness of those things, how to cash in those things. So that is important. Read your boss's mind. We already spoke at length about that, right? So these are some of the things, the big stuff that you do need to pay attention. The last thing here that you see here is sloppiness. Being sloppy or being wishy-washy or being, not neat and so on is not something, is something you do need to pay attention, that you do not are not trapped by these things by being, I think you know what sloppy is, right? So don't be sloppy. That's the idea here. Next slide, please. Again, some of the things back to our communication. When you're talking to your manager, when he has a new assignment or when he has some task, you don't walk into your boss's office and say, this just isn't possible. We can't do this in 3 weeks. So are these guys crazy? So we need 6 months to do this. That's not how you speak. Always speak in terms of what can be done. Okay, you want to do it in 3 weeks, then so let's see, if we can push the other things out of it. So then let's see if we can work 10-hour days for a couple of, we'll have more team members. So then it can be done. So those are the kind of suggestions that you need to take, but you don't start out a dialogue saying this just isn't possible. So that's not the tone, that's not the language you should be using. I can't stand working with Gagan. So now, that if I say that to my manager, that reflects poorly on me. It's not on, so Gagan, whatever Gagan is, it doesn't matter at that time. What matters is that the fact that I'm complaining to my manager about Gagan, that reflects on me. So, and I also implicitly, I'm trying to make it my boss's problem, and the boss does not want that problem. He doesn't want to handle that kind of problems. It is your problem to find ways to get along with Gagan. Okay, and at the end of the day, Gagan is a nice guy. You can work with him, so make it happen. Okay, go that extra mile. So that's the idea here. But I emailed you about that last week. So here, there is something important that your manager was supposed to take care. And here you say, hey, boss, I sent you the email last week, and I already, alerted you on that. So now you dropped the ball. It is your problem, man. So that's what you're basically saying, but that's not the way. If you know it is important, so you also need to realize that your manager has lots of things, and maybe I think before he even forgets, make it your problem. You send the email, 2 days later, go there. Hey, I sent the email. Did you take a look at it? You had said that you need to respond by the end of the day. So make sure you do it. So again, next day, go back and say, hey, did you really get to do that? Be a pain to your manager because you perceived it important. You also believe in it's important to your manager, and that's how you address the situation. Okay, and on it goes. You get the idea when you read the other examples. Next slide, please. Be passionate about deadlines. Very important, right? Be a maintenance-free employee. So you don't want your team lead to tell you what your responsibilities are over and over, why you missed certain things, the way you have been late, that don't do this again next time or something like that, right? So those things are important. So again, same thing with the manager. So be maintenance-free. Here again, one thing that probably was in the earlier slide is if you do mess up, if you do make a boo-boo in your workplace, it happens, right? Have the courage to go back to your team lead or manager and say, look, I'm sorry. This is the reason why it got messed up, why this program did not work, or why there was a delay. And I'm going to make sure that this does not repeat next time. That's what you need to be saying. If you say that, then you hold yourself to a higher level of responsibility or as a responsible person, and then people are inclined to forgive you. Right? But it is important that you do it, not say, okay, yeah, I messed it up and probably nobody noticed it. And so, let's see what happens. Next time it's the same thing. So because you already are in the habit of missing deadlines, and so next time is no different. So now you are in a different track altogether. That is not good. So if you do mess up, you go back and try to fix it and get yourself to the higher level of expectation for yourself and for the management, and people do appreciate it. Next slide, please. Okay. This is also very important, making the right choice. Okay. How you make right choice about the friends that you need to have. How you feel, whether you want to feel sad, elated, or exuberant, or overconfident, all these things. How do you spend your time? How you process a criticism? All these things are important. Handling criticism is one thing that is important because a lot of times when we hear criticism from our manager or peers, we always like, I don't want to hear that. It's obviously, it's going to be negative. It's bad for me. It's going to hurt me and so on. And so I feel bad and all that. So those things, if you have those things are natural, but allow yourself, right? So if you have some people who criticize you, if you have some tough professors or tough managers, they're probably telling some things about you, about your blind side that you cannot see for yourself. Okay, they're exposing that blind side of yours for you to improve upon. So make sure you are at least open to that kind of allowance that helps you, because you are able to improve on that criticism. Of course, there are criticism, where people make fun of you. They want to have fun at your expense and all this. So ignore those jokers. Okay. So the point here is you need to raise yourself to that level of awareness, expectation, where you can process criticism in the appropriate way, whether it is something that you want to deal with, whether it is something that you ignore and let it just roll off, have a laugh about it, and then move on, or it is something that people, it's an opportunity for you to learn. So that way you're not stressing yourself out too much, that you are doing yourself a favor. Next slide, please. Responsible students do these things, so you can read it for yourself. I'm going to skip that since you have the slides. Okay, but that's what responsible students do. Don't be late. That's the idea there. Next slide, please. This is probably the last slide, or one to the last. Emotional hygiene. So we have said the same thing in different ways. Like it says in here, cultivate those that are conducive to peace of mind. So what are conducive to peace of mind? Having the good relationship. Make sure you have a discipline of working hard, working with difficult people, having preparation, anticipating the questions, being ready ahead of time, not being late. All these things, they bring you peace of mind. Okay, and on and on. Otherwise, you go into the wrong path where you are encountered by anger and loss of self-confidence and all those things. So make sure you don't get there. So make sure you have the practice that have this emotional hygiene. You can read that yourself there. Next slide, please. So all said here, at the end of the day, you need to be, of course, working, workplace, get paid, happy, and all those things. But also look at life slightly differently, giving back to the society, right? So volunteer, whether it is at IEEE or your community or something, because that gives you a different perspective, that gives you a different meaning to your life, different purpose. So it's very important. Like it says somewhere, it says your good life is not a passive existence where you live and let live. You can do that, but don't settle for that. But you should have, a life where you live and help others live too. However you do, mentoring or any kind of help. Like, the last quote from Gandhi says, whatever you do could be insignificant, but it is very important that you do as a volunteer. Next slide, please. I think that's the end. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you guys. I know, there is no time for questions, but I would be glad to answer any questions that you send either through Gagan or my email address. I'll be very happy to answer. But
Actually, Actually, we do have a 10-minute window with us, so we can maybe take some questions.
Oh, I'll be glad
So,
to do that, Gagan. Okay.
yeah, Charu, go ahead.
Sure. So thank you so much to our esteemed guest for imparting your valuable knowledge to the participants through this session. We will now take up questions from the participants, and we have shortlisted a few questions asked by them previously. So moving forth with the first question, sir. What skill sets as students shall we develop for ensuring a good networking ability later in our career?
Ask the key part again. What skill set do you need to
As
consider?
students, shall we develop for ensuring a good networking ability?
Well, certainly for good networking community, you need to have good communication skills. You need to have an appreciation for what you can contribute to the network, to the people, to the members of the network, right? What your strengths are, that you can do that. And also, come across yourself as somebody who can keep promises, okay? And then you also need to serve yourself well, which means you need to have your own antennas up, being able to grasp what is happening around. So that happens over a period of time. Okay, this person spoke this way, so this is perhaps what it means. So it may not make much of a sense with just what that person said, but if you hear, about 2 or 3 people, those disjoint things were put together, when stitched together, it may mean something. That is why having that antenna up all the time is important. So again, important is, you need to, if somebody does a favor, okay, in the network, make sure you thank them. So you did not get that job or that assignment just because of yourself, because somebody else made a recommendation, they recognized your abilities and so on. So have these good habits as a part of your system, as a part of your skill set, so they will help you and serve you well.
Thank you so much for answering that question. We have another one. Sometimes our personal views make it difficult to work with our colleagues. How can we tackle it?
Having personal views is certainly is good. You need to have your position, and you need to be able to articulate it and so on. But you also need to have a certain amount of detachment from those in workplace, right? So if you detach yourself and not personalize it, not become too personal, rather no, you are now trying to solve a problem, okay? And here is your idea to solve the problem. And you ask other people, hey, have you do you have any other better ideas, or how can I tweak this part of my suggestion? So if you approach with that mindset, okay, by having that healthy detachment, then you are not stressing yourself, but at the same time, because it is your idea, but you're presenting it in a different way, so you gain. And you also, for the person who made the suggestion, he also gains, because he also feels a sense of contribution to this one. So that way overall people win. So you need to have that mindset. If you work with that, then again, you'll be rewarded, you'll be served well.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Another question. If we get in conflict with our superiors unintentionally, how do we undo it or improve our relations with them?
If you do get into conflict with a superior, obviously you need to step back and have a cool head about it, and try to find out why that conflict happened. Okay, is it because you messed up, or is it because your boss messed up? So because that could happen too, right? And then be able to, again, like we said one of the slides, so you need to be able to go back and say, once you understand it to the best extent possible, right, why that conflict arose, you need to fix it. So in order to fix it, so there may be several different ways. Okay, so if you need to have a few support alliance, right? So having some angels in your work group as to why you did what you did, and get the support backup for you. Okay, so get that. Okay, Also, anticipate the questions, because now we are speaking to an angry superior, angry boss, right? So he's going to ask you questions. So be prepared for the answers and more as best as you can. Again, like we said, be thorough in your preparation with the answers, anticipate the questions and the responses. Let the words come out the way they should, not in a hurry, not that makes you sweaty or nervous. Okay, so that's why you need to take some time to understand these dynamics and prepare yourself, and then do go back and speak to the manager. Hey, no, look, there is a misunderstanding here. Okay, this is what I understand about the misunderstanding or the conflict. Okay, and I'm willing to obviously fix it and move forward from here on my side. So please tell me, how what is it that you see on your side, and what we can do about it. So you need to have that conciliatory approach. So again, that creates for a whole different dynamic. You cannot meet anger with anger. You cannot meet conflict with conflict, but you need to find ways, because if you don't do those things, then what are the alternatives? If you have unresolved conflicts, then it creates a certain impression of you from the manager. When the manager speaks to other managers, again, now the word spreads. So once that happens in your organization, you can transfer to another group. But even if you transfer, you have a certain baggage, because people are going to look at you through that lens, right? So you cannot allow yourself to be perceived or to be handled that way. So that is why it is important that you take a step back, think about it, be logical about it, and then approach it as best as you can using the resources that you can put together.
Very true, sir. Thank you so much for answering all the questions. On behalf of IEEE DELCON, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Bala Prasanna, who took out time from his busy schedule and edified everyone with his expertise. It was an honor to have you here as our speaker today, sir.
Thank you,
To
Charu.
express our deep... Sure, sir.
Go ahead, Charu. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. To
It's okay.
express our deepest regards, we would like to present an e-memento to Mr. Bala Prasanna as a token of our appreciation and to acknowledge his gracious presence.
Thank you very much. I hope your audience got something out of our fast-paced presentation. Like I said, anytime, Gagan has been a great guy, and of course you have been great too, and other people like Adil and Professor Subramaniam. I saw him on the chat here. You guys have been doing a remarkable job. So I'll be at your service if you have a need for me to speak to you or answer questions, or if I happen to be in Delhi, to stop by. But I wish you guys, success, and I hope what you heard today, helps you in some way to make you successful, and be proud of yourselves. Again, like I said, tomorrow belongs to you guys, and you guys are a bundle of talent and energy. Harness it.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. It was a pleasure having you here. On behalf of IEEE DELCON, I would like to thank everyone for your patience and valuable participation. Further, I would like to encourage all the authors to disperse to their respective sessions for their presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and good day.
Good day, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. It was really great to connect with you today.
Thank you, Gagan.
Is coordinator there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Can we start?
Sure, sir. We were just waiting for a few more authors, then we can
Okay,
start.
okay.
Shortly, sir.
How many papers we have in this round?
Sir, in this session, we'll be having 5 papers.
Okay. So how
Yes.
many of them have joined?
Sir, our management team is still estimating that. Just a moment.
Okay.
Right, so we can start the session. All the authors have joined.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So hello everyone, I welcome you all on behalf of IEEE DELCON to this session of Track 1, Data Science and Advanced Analytics on the last day of DELCON 2022. I am Aryan Agarwal from Netaji Subhash University of Technology and I will be the moderator for this session. So I think we can start the session with a small roll call. Basically, I will be yes sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure, sir. So I'll be calling out the paper ID and the author or co-author who is present for that paper must get themselves marked present by calling out their own name. So I'll start. Paper ID 15707 83817. Nakul Tanwar and Yash Asija. Anyone there?
Yes, sir. Nakul Tanwar is here.
Great. Paper ID 15707 83858. Design of a transliteration application for Kannada signboards by Sachin S. Bhatt. Sir, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Great, he's written in the chat box. Paper ID 15707 83886. Obstacle detection and walkable path detection. Vaishali Jabade, Anvesh Pandey, Tanmay Paratkar.
Yes. Good afternoon. We are here.
Can I have your name, please?
Anvesh Pandey.
Sure.
Tanmay Paratkar.
Okay, so both of you are there.
Nipun Jain.
Great. Right. Paper ID 15707 83898. CPU burst time estimation using ML by Prathamesh Samal, Sagar Jha and Raman Goyal.
I'm Prathamesh Samal, I'm there.
Great. The last one, paper ID 15707 84527. Cardiovascular disease prediction analysis using classification techniques by Mahavir Yadav.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Sure. So as we're done with the roll call. Right. So before we start the session, I'll let you all know that only authors and co-authors are allowed to present the paper and remain in the session for question and answers. No other participant, friend or student would be allowed in the question and answer session. Also, all the authors are requested to be present with their name set as paper ID _ name. I hope all of you have done that. Great. So we'll begin with the session. I'll start off by introducing the chairs. The chairs for this session are Engineer Prashant Chugh, who is an active volunteer in IEEE and has given talks in the area of post-quantum cryptography in national as well as international forums. He has a vast experience spanning more than 24 years in technical and managerial roles in the Center for Development of Telematics or CDOT, out of which about 18 years have been in leadership roles. In addition to his educational qualifications, he is also well versed with deep learning and cryptography. Recently, he has also contributed towards a problem statement in ITU AI/ML in the 5G challenge. I welcome you, sir, on the behalf of IEEE DELCON. We have Professor MPS Bhatia, who is a professor at the Division of Computer Engineering at Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi, and whose research interests are based broadly on computer engineering. He is also leading the training and placement cell at the university. I welcome you, sir, on the behalf of IEEE DELCON. We also have Professor Mahesh Bundele, who unfortunately couldn't join us due to some other engagement. I would like to inform the chairs that we have an attendance and remarks sheet as well as a form for scores that needs to be filled by the end of the session. So we would like to share it with you. Nityunj from the management team would be sharing it with you via WhatsApp. So you are expected to keep filling it till the end of the session after each and every presentation. Nityunj, you may now send it.
Good
I
afternoon.
sent it.
Yeah,
Sure.
good afternoon. I have received. Good afternoon, Dr. Bhatia.
Dr. Bhatia, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there. Good
Sir, have you
afternoon. Good
received the
afternoon.
form?
Form is where it is in the WhatsApp or in the mail. I have a form, score form. Is it that the same thing?
Yes, sir. You might have received it via WhatsApp.
WhatsApp में मैं एक बार check कर लेता हूँ. Just give me a moment. Yeah, it's there. Forms for score, na? Forms for
Yes, sir.
score.
Yes, sir. Right,
Yeah,
sir.
it
Right,
is
sir.
there.
Okay.
So we can do it at the end, है ना?
Yes, sir. Also, now I would request the session chairs to turn on their cameras if possible. And also the author, when being asked questions about their paper, should turn on their cameras if possible. So let's now begin with the presentation. I would request our presenter Shubham Kumar to start the session with the first presentation with paper ID 15707 83817 titled Explainable AI, Are We There Yet? Authored by Nakul Tanwar and Yash Asija. Shubham, please start.
They know what is the time, how much time they are given. They know. Each group knows what time.
Sir, all the authors have joined. Each presentation would span about 8 to 12 minutes, approximately 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then you are free to ask questions.
Okay.
Right, sir.
We are not able, it's not audible. We are not able to. Anybody is speaking?
Shubham, can you reshare your screen? It's not audible.
Let me reshare.
So a very good morning to everyone present here. Today I'm Nakul Tanwar, pursuing my master's degree from Delhi Technology. Opportunity to present my review article on explainable AI. Are we there yet? So the presentation is followed as introduction, state of art, methodology, implementation, and then conclusion and future perspective. So as we all know that we all are surrounded by technology that limits human capabilities but also serves for human. So as the technology application increases, the curiosity behind the success of technology also increases. And the reason behind the success of technology is the data. Yes, the technology is data driven and they are fueled up by data that provides the minute information about a specific industry or a sector. So with this example, we can say that two large fields that is healthcare and computation, when they merge together, they produce large amount of data set in form of digital health record. If this data is analyzed precisely, it can help in disease management, early detection of diseases, and provides an extra option in treatment. So, the call of conventional method to analyze such data is artificial intelligence and its model that have made a significant impact when it comes to performing tasks that limits the human capabilities. But artificial intelligence and its model still is a big question mark when it comes to its opaqueness and the internal functionality, and that makes artificial intelligence and its model a black box model. So to overshadow all these drawbacks and downfalls of artificial intelligence, AI has evolved itself and come up with explainable AI that provides crystal clear opaqueness and highlights the features that can alter the final output. So here is the framework and characteristics of XAI. So there are numerous XAI frameworks accessible consisting of Shape, Lime, EL15, What-If Tool, AI X360, and Shakers, amongst which Shape and Lime are the most commonly used. So Shape can be used to describe several models which includes logistic reasoning, tree-based models, machine learning algorithms, and even complex algorithms which constitutes deep learning. So Shape is based on games theory Shapley value and describes how output can be analyzed and changed using different features. So when we come to online, if we compare Lime with Shape, it is more faster in terms of computation and can explain black box with more than one class. So the explanation produced by Lime consists of contribution of feature in the prediction of a data sample. So it can produce local justification for a black box model by producing locally bordered information. So next is the characteristics of XAI, which includes explanation, meaningful precision, and knowledge accruement. So as the term describes explanation, the top-notch priority of XAI is to provide a complete explanation to support and to solidify its outcome. Next is meaningful. The principle implies that XAI should be purposeful to the operator and the operator can extract the fruitful knowledge from its outcome. Next is precision. So precision is a very important aspect of XAI. This not only explains the reason behind the outcome, but also provides an insight into decision making of a real life problem. Next is knowledge accruement. So it is a very so every technology has its limits. Under this principle, XAI should be under knowledge limits regarding training data that prevents the production of unsuitable insights or output. So next is the state of art. So there is still a big question mark when it comes to the current status of artificial intelligence and the development and evolution of its models and its application. So according to DARPA, which introduced three layers, which is first wave, second wave, and third wave. First wave we have experienced in past in 1970s to 1990s, and the second wave we have experienced near to 2000 and 2006, and the third wave, which is the current wave, and its implementation still has to be explored. So the first wave includes the good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. The second wave includes the deep learning and machine learning, which has a great impact in every industry and sector. And the third wave, which we can say that it is a modified version of second wave, as the deep learning and machine learning incorporates the explainability layer, which makes them more trustworthy. So next are the challenges of the explainable AI, which includes issues with biased data. So the most conventional wrangle in the case of impartial machine learning is to acknowledge that the poor quality data will produce poor quality outcome. Next issue is regarding the design of the machine learning. So the selection of machine learning affects the quality of the outcome. For example, the link between variables is not visible in regression model. And next is issues with presentation of XAI tool. So the potential of XAI is calculated on the level of their explanation. So the background of user should not interfere while employing the XAI tool. So after that we come on the methodology. So the basic objective, the basic focus is to develop such kind of model in which we introduce a learning process which can show us the opaqueness in the functionality of the model. So here the learning process which we are introducing consists of explainability layer plus machine learning and provides the outcome that is visible to end user, and the end user can highlight, or end user gets the whole information about the feature and the reason behind such kind of output. And the rest of the steps are very kind similar to the conventional machine learning algorithm, which consists of training data, learning process, training the model, and then the output and the production of output. So next are the implementations. So the proposed model can be implemented into various sectors, which includes the financial forecasting. So the foremost step in machine learning manufacturing is feature extraction, and plays a central role in identification and supports the model and classification task. So in financial domain, this step is important and more complex to extract feature from financial data. Next is healthcare. So as we all know that the implementation of artificial intelligence into healthcare has helped humankind in various ways. So the introduction of XAI and its approaches unfolds the explanation behind the decision of AI and makes AI more trustworthy amongst the people. So next is the industry. So the incorporation of AI in different sectors has led to bias caused by model. These models raise a question regarding transparency and accountability. So XAI assists with them bettering trust and comprehending models at scale. So next is quality data. So the role of explainability in data quality with regards to database machine learning helps providing internal functionality and increases overall trust amongst the people. So next, here we come on the conclusion. So yes, artificial intelligence and its model has made a significant impact when it comes to helping human, reduces human error, and to overshadow all the drawbacks produced by data in its large quantity. So, but however, these models are not able to explain the reason behind their output to the end user, which makes a big question mark amongst the people to use their 100% potential. So the repercussions of AI founded output are directly proportional to the demand of XAI. And if we talk about future perspective, the environment of AI has been divided into expect and implicit knowledge. Now the researchers are working on to bring these two into harmony that can act as a catalyst for future grand challenges. And it also highlights the urgency of technophiles who can extract the 100% potential from the output produced by such algorithms. So that's all from my side. Here are my references, and thank you.
Great. So with that, we're done with the presentation here. I would request the chairs to start with the questions that they may have.
Yeah, can you give us more use cases of this XAI? So you have talked about two, three. There may be a couple of
Yes.
more use cases for this.
Yeah. Firstly, sir, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present my review article. So, sir, the applications of XAI has to be explored because human cannot trust these algorithms blindly, and there is a big question mark when it comes to apply XAI, especially explainable AI into real life problems because of obvious reasons. So yeah, we can say that yes, it can a big application of XAI has been observed in mental health, prediction of mental health, where the mental data of a particular person has feed to the algorithm, and it provides basically helps the doctor for a better option and extra opinion on the condition of a person. So the main answer of your question is that it still has to be explored in various sectors and industries.
Okay, I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Nakul, I would like to know, have you actually done some implementation also of explainable AI?
Actually, so this is my survey article. I have a hypothesis on explainable AI, and yes, I'll be doing such implementations for my master's thesis in future.
Okay, and you mentioned about some frameworks and characteristics.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
SHAP and LIME. So what are they,
Yes,
and
sir.
are they used in implementation, or how are they to be used actually?
So basically, SHAP is shapely additive explanation, and it provides theoretical guarantees based on games theory concept and shapely value. And LIME is what is interpretable, model agnostic, explainable, and the main focus of LIME is to make tabular models more clear and interpretable. So both of these frameworks are implemented in models which unfolds the working of models for the end user. And yes, if we are implementing those frameworks in a model, the model can be implemented in various sectors, which can include bioinformatics and and genomics and in drug discovery also.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Great. So I would now request the session chairs to that they can fill the marking form. You can take your time, then we can go on with the next presentation.
Arun, can you fill that paper ID also, or do we need to fill that paper ID?
Nityansh, can you do it?
Or we can we do it at the end, everything?
Sure, sir, you can do it. Feel
है
free
ना,
to do it
उसको
however you want, sir.
paper ID we can do.
Which is the form? One is the attendance sheet I am seeing.
Yes,
Then
sir.
other is the best paper award something. That one?
एक पेपर evaluation वाला form है. There is a paper evaluation form, no?
एक second, sure.
Yes.
There is a paper evaluation form where presentation and all that is there. But paper number, or what we can do is we can ask these people to fill this paper ID in the chat box, and we can copy and fill here. Aryan, we can do that also.
Sure, sir. I'll put the paper ID in the chat box.
हाँ, अभी डाल दो इसका जो अभी हुआ ना जिस स्टूडेंट का पेपर आईडी डाल दो.
Just a second, sir.
हाँ, कॉपी करके चैट बॉक्स में we can copy and put it into that.
This paper evaluation is what is titled paper evaluation for best paper category. वही कह रहे हैं ना?
नहीं best नहीं है. It is paper evaluation. I think it was there in the mail.
Yeah, mail is open in front of me. So there are one link is for attendance or remarks sheet. Then one is for forms for scores.
Forms for scores.
But forms for scores, if I open,
उसमें आ जाएगा. You will be able to get.
नहीं तो उसमें तो यही खुल रहा है पेपर इवैल्यूएशन फॉर बेस्ट पेपर कैटेगरी.
हाँ, बेस्ट पेपर कैटेगरी. You are right.
वही भरना है ना?
हाँ. यही है ना आर्यन?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, paper ID I have put in the chat box. Please check.
But yeah, we have copied that, I think.
Great, sir.
So you can invite the next one.
Sure, sir. So next up we have paper ID 15707 83858 titled Design of a Transliteration Application for Kannada Signboards, authored by Sachin S. Bhatt. Shubham, I would request you to start with the presentation.
Paper ID इसमें डाल देना इनका भी ना.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, DELCON 2022. This is a presentation on the paper Design of a Transliteration Application for Kannada Signboards, authored by Sachin S. Bhatt, Sriraksha K., Chaitra B.R., Shamita Shanko, and Namrata Rao from Sri Madhavadiraja Institute of Technology and Management. The track number is 1. The ID is 157078 3858. Kannada is an official language of Karnataka state, which is spoken by many worldwide. With a rich history, Kannada is one of the 6 classical languages identified by the Government of India. The cultural heritage of Kannada literature is rich, but has remained limited only for the people of Karnataka who read Kannada script. As thousands of people from different countries and states are coming to Karnataka every year for various reasons, the major problem faced by them is they cannot read Kannada text, which is displayed in street board, signboards, bus numbers, Kannada newspapers, etc. So, conversion of text from Kannada to English script is required to understand the content. In order to bring this language to the masses, we have implemented the transliteration from Kannada to English from the images as an important tool to achieve effective communication between different cultures. Transliteration is a process which will convert text from one language to other. The transliteration may be due to character or word getting changed to another text. Transliteration has started being important from the time we have adapted to learn and know different types of languages. The interest in this field starts from early 1990s, where certain academicians automatically placed a line above letter A to get the required long AA, that is A in Arabic. Works were done on Telugu language, where it was observed that Kannada to Telugu was converted using morph analyzer, where it was based on a guess-based approach and not knowledge-based type. English to Malayalam was based on phenome-based method, and which was observed, where they used dictionary-based method. Transliteration from Hindi to English is taken from the reference paper, Hindi Roman Linguistic Framework by Shashi Shekhar and Dilip Kumar. Transliteration of Bengali text is taken from the reference paper, Bengali Text Transliteration, obtained by method of novel steganography by Mohammad Khairullah. Transliteration of Tulu text is taken from reference paper, Character Recognition of Tulu Script by using Convolutional Neural Network by Sachin Bhatt and Shashikalaji. Here is a flowchart of the methodology used. The figure represents the design of the transliteration system. The scheme of operation starts with capturing the images. The user has to take clear image in which text is present. Then the image is processed, segmented, and detected using Tesseract STK OCR system. Thus, obtained test data is converted into English language using the SILPA module. OCR stands for Optical Character Recognition. First and foremost, we have to take the required text image as input. The input image can be printed document or handwritten image or downloaded image. The main objective of pre-processing step is to remove noise and to highlight the important parameters for the next level operation. This is done by Tesseract OCR. Tesseract uses adaptive thresholding for this purpose, and it will separate desired front-end image objects from back-end objects depending upon variation in the pixel values. We will get random characters, errors, if there is no content of characters exist in the input image. So, it is very important to have the text in captured images. It acts as a rejection step because it will reject the image which is not having any text. These detection and localization is done by Tesseract by default using line finding technique. Next, we have the flowchart of the OCR method, that is the optical character recognition step, which is shown here. The first step is the image capturing step. It is followed by adaptive thresholding. Adaptive thresholding is a conversion of grayscale image into binary image. This step is followed by a variety of algorithms. Connected component labeling method helps in dividing the whole image into different areas. The areas are texted and non-texted images. Baseline fitting algorithm is used in base consonants of Kannada scripts, which are consisting of 2 or more glyphs and are analyzed separately, as this information will be crucial in last classification of these characters. Blobs are portioned into groups. In fixed pitch detection and chopping, all the characters in fixed pitch text have same width. Chopping occurs at fixed intervals. Tesseract tests the text if they are non-fixed or fixed pitch words. If the text is fixed pitch, the words are chopped into characters. Finally, Tesseract will disable chopper and associator on these words. SILPA module, SILPA, which stands for Swatantra Indian Language Processing Application. It is a Python-based Indian language processing framework. Now, we discuss the results of transliteration process using Tesseract SDK software for OCR, Android Studio for app building, and Libindic SDK algorithm for app transliteration. Proposed model of transliteration takes UTF-8 character encoding of Unicode format of Kannada and outputs transliterated English text. The figure here shows the input image from a signboard containing Kannada characters. OCR is done on the image to convert it into Kannada Unicode format and correspondingly is transliterated to English text using SILPA. Now coming to the conclusion, this proposed model works for real-world images with comparatively less processing time, works even in offline mode, and doesn't require high-cost algorithms for its working. By making use of SILPA algorithm, which is kind of a new approach, we reduce the casualties to a certain level. Using this frame as reference, we strive to develop user-friendly tool which is easy to use and is cost-effective. We have tried to bring about a new approach in processing the language, although there were certain errors such as segmentation error. In future, works can be done to eliminate these errors and also try to provide output for some of the symbols and characters used in Kannada. Work can also be done on reducing the processing time taken for real-world images. These are the references we went through. Thank you.
It was a very nice presentation. Which was the main paper which you have referred to? Hello? Hello? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which was the main paper which you have referred?
It's a Singapore-based paper like Springer.
Singapore. No, which conference, what is the paper you have referenced now? So which was the
Yes,
main?
a Kannada transliteration tool for assisted linguistic learning. International conference on emerging research in computing information, communication, and application. Springer, Singapore.
Springer. Okay, so while you translate, so there are already available tool set, as well as there are a lot of corpus available. Have you used, even Indian government has developed a lot of these translation. Have you used some of these, or you have used your own data set for this?
It's a own data set, sir. It's a Kannada data set which has like 49 letters. So we have used that.
The Government of India has already developed a data set for various languages. So maybe you can try it out and use later on whenever you feel. So what was the trade-off and which language you use for in your this algorithm?
Kannada language, Kannada to English.
No, which language you use, Python or C+ for implementing
Yes,
this?
sir. Python. It's based on Python.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm okay, sir.
You mentioned about one SILPA algorithm. What is it actually?
Uh, actually, actually, I'm not much aware about this, sir. Like the implementation and methodology was done by the another member, so I'm sorry about this.
Okay, fine. And have you actually developed, you mentioned about some tool, some segmentation violations. Have you developed some tool out of it, or is this some Android app you have developed, or what is it actually?
It's an app, sir.
Okay. So before that, have you done some literature survey of their existing apps which might be there or existing tools which might be there to do the similar work?
Yes, sir. There are few similar works in other languages, like in Malayalam, Arabic, and all. So we have referred that. So accordingly, we have done this.
So you mean from Kannada to English, there is no such tool or app existing already?
It is existing, sir. Maybe like the efficiency and all, it's not high. So we thought of making it better.
Okay, so how is your thing better than the something about efficiency you mentioned? So some more light you can put on there.
Yes, sir. Like maybe it's like faster and even the efficiency is like very good. I'm not sure about how much it is like exactly.
Okay, so efficiency in terms of memory processing power, where is it better?
In memory.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You can leave. Prashant, we can have Aryan, we can have the next paper, please.
Sure, sir. Just a second. The next paper is paper ID 15707-83886, titled Obstacle Detection and Walkable Path Detection,
Prashant, we
authored
can
by Vaishali Javade, Anvesh Pandey, Tanmay Paratkar, Udit Nahata, and Nipun Jain. Shubham, you can have the presentation now.
Mr. Prashant, we can fill that form, I think, at the end because which I read, you are right, कि it was for best paper, na? है ना?
Yes, sir. Okay. After all this finish, we'll have a discussion and then
Yeah,
we'll.
yeah.
Fine, fine.
Shubham, it's not audible. If there's some audio, we can't hear.
Very good evening to the respected board members. I, Nipun Jain, on behalf of my group presents you our work, which is obstacle detection and walkable path detection. Let me give you a brief introduction of what all we have done in our setup. Object detection and walkable path detection is the task of detecting and labeling all objects in an image or video and giving a suitable walking path based on the detection. It is implemented by detecting objects using SSD Inception v2, which has been trained on the COCO dataset. Once the location of the obstacle is detected on our video frame, the class and accuracy of the obstacle detected are displayed. Based on the detected locations of the obstacles, the necessary instructions are passed to the user. The instructions include left, right, or stop. The final results show that an object detection API using SSD Inception is a great way to detect obstacles in a video or frame and will smoothly help the user to travel the best path. Now moving on to the tools that we have used. TFOD, or the TensorFlow Object Detection API, is the framework for creating a deep learning network that solves object detection problems. It includes a collection of pre-trained models trained on the COCO dataset. COCO dataset is one of the most popular large-scale labeled image datasets available for public use. Moving on, SSD. Now, SSD is a single shot detector. It has no delegated region proposal network and predicts the boundary boxes and the classes directly from feature maps in one single pass. Here we have the SSD architecture. To improve accuracy, SSD introduces small convolutional filters to predict object classes and offsets to default boundary boxes. For tracking algorithms, these ground truth bounding boxes are used as the training standard for the algorithm based on multiple time frames. Now, for dealing with videos frame by frame, we create a video capture object. This allows us to read video in the form of frames and deal with them individually. For implementing the same, we are required to define a region of interest, which contains only the required objects. This function will black out the remaining parts in the image frame except for those coordinates which we pass into the function. Hence, extra objects will not be considered. Now that we have implemented object detection, we move towards the navigation part. For the same, we define two boundaries inside our region of interest, namely left boundary and the right boundary. This basically splits the region of interest into three parts. Now, as discussed earlier, a box represents that part of the image frame where an image is detected. Xmin represents the left boundary of the image box, and similarly, Xmax represents the right boundary of the image. If the value of Xmin is greater than that of the left boundary, it means that the detected object lies slightly towards the right side of the frame, and hence we ask the user to move left. If the value of Xmin is less than that of the left boundary, it means that the detected object lies slightly towards the left side of the frame, and hence we ask the user to move right. Furthermore, if the object lies within the boundaries, the user is instructed to stop. The output tensors are the bounding boxes, the prediction class, and the confidence level of the prediction. The output frame, as you can see, also displays the values of the location of the boundaries of the bounding boxes. These values are stored in four variables, namely ymin, ymax for bottom boundary and top boundary respectively, and xmin and xmax for the left and right boundaries of the bounding box respectively. Moving on, we have our future scopes. So this API can be modified to link the navigation commands with a voice assistant, which can help the blind use it seamlessly. The API can also be linked to microcontrollers and be used with robots for home appliances like automatic floor cleaners, etc. The API can also be deployed to an application where users can download and use it on their own devices. The feature of distance measurement can also be implemented along with the API. This will provide a better and accurate navigation system to the users. Here we have the references that we used to get useful information required to understand the crux of our domain. Thank you.
So again, which libraries you have used? Have you implemented this obstacle detection? And
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, for the libraries, we have git cloned the TensorFlow object detection libraries as
Okay.
use the SSD Inception V2 model for the object detection part. And
Okay.
later, using that model, we have applied our own OpenCV commands on the frame segmentations.
So have you compared it in the results?
Sir, results with the different models?
Yeah.
Sir, so we worked with two models, one with RCNN model and one with SSD. So RCNN model was a bit slower to load and work on videos. So that is why we went ahead with SSD Inception.
And from where you have taken these videos, Kaggle or
Sir, these videos are ours. The data set which the model was trained on is the COCO data set. It has
okay,
90
you have taken
classes.
COCO data set. Okay.
Yes.
And how you have created your own video? What
Sir, so we recorded our own videos with our phone in our own environments, and then we tested it on I guess 3 or 4 videos, and the results were quite good.
do you think that comparing on 4-5 is sufficient, or you would have taken more?
Sir, 4 or 5 videos per member. So, for example,
Okay.
we are 5 members in the group, so about 20 to 25 videos we tested it on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you tell me about the results which you got?
Sir, okay, so what basically we are doing is we are passing the input tensors, which is nothing but the video frame, and the result we are getting is the location of the object detected, the x-min, x-max, or the boundary boxes of the object detected, and also the accuracy of the class which our model is detecting. And along with that, our tensor is also passing the required commands to the user.
No.
And we have set a threshold of 0.7. So if any class any object which is detected above 0.7 is determined as an object classified, or else we are not classifying it as a object.
No, some metrics you have collected on your results, some error data, some metrics, something like that.
So as it was a pre-trained model, we didn't actually go through the matrix calculation, but we can surely look into it and we can do it.
Okay. Have you compared it with some of the past work which is done in this area?
Yes, sir. As I said, we tried it with. We've read a couple of references, and one of them referred the RCNN model. But what the problem was with the RCNN was it was very slow and it required a very a heavy machine to be trained on. So that is why we have gone ahead with SSD.
Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We can have next.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to inform all the session chairs that the Google form has to be filled corresponding to each of the paper and not just a single entry.
Okay, so it is same form.
Yes,
different paper.
yes, sir. You have to make multiple submissions for the same form.
Okay.
And you have,
Okay,
yes,
we'll
sir.
do that. We'll do that. No
Okay, sir.
problem. Keep on just adding this chat box, the number, so that at end we can do it.
Sure, sir, I'll keep doing that. No issues.
Prashant, ठीक है? I think we can do it at end.
Yes, sir. It's fine. Thank you.
So we can go ahead with the next presentation now.
How many papers we have, Arya?
Sir, initially we had 5, but one of the authors sent in their videos just now, so I think we'll be having 6 now.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll be having 6 papers as of now.
Okay.
So next paper ID is 157783898, titled CPU burst time estimation using machine learning. This has been authored by Prathamesh Samal, Sagar Jha, and Raman Goyal.
Greetings everyone, I am Prathamesh Samal presenting the paper titled CPU Burst Time Estimation Using Machine Learning on behalf of the authors from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience for IEEE DELCON 2022. So I'll begin by showing an overview of the presentation, which can be looked at under the following headings. And I'll start off with the introduction to the topic. CPU scheduling is a process of determining which process will own CPU for execution while another process is on hold. When the CPU is free and its resources are available, then the CPU must select a process or a job from the ready queue and allocate resources for its execution, which is done with the help of the CPU scheduler. The overall challenge is to make the system fair and efficient. Figure 2 shows the CPU input-output burst cycle. To improve system performance, timely allocation of resources is vital. Although traditional systems are able to do it efficiently, this can be further optimized by incorporating machine learning and without the need of programming explicitly, since every millisecond is critical for system performance. Now, since CPU scheduler are subject to dynamic conditions, machine learning can aid in the burst time predictions using the historical data of the process. This was the motivation behind this research. Prior research work has been done for the prediction of burst time of a process and relating machine learning with OS. Linear programming techniques like the dual simplex method has been used for the predictions. Based on prior process behavior, intelligent fuzzy systems are also able to predict the execution time. Machine learning techniques have been employed to learn CPU time slice utilization behavior of known programs on a Linux system. It can be concluded that many OS components can be possibly replaced with an intelligent learned component for enhanced function. Now, there are many algorithms which are available for CPU scheduling, and it's the process in which we are assigning system resources in a computing system. Many criteria are considered while scheduling, like CPU utilization, throughput, turnaround time, burst time, etc. Table 1 shows some basic scheduling algorithms along with their definitions, like the first come first serve, shortest job first, priority scheduling, and the round robin algorithm. Here by burst time, it's meant that it's the execution time of a process and how much time it's going to take to run on a CPU. The dataset used for the experiments was the DAS2 from the GRID's workloads archives of TU Delft. It has around 11 lakh jobs and 29 attributes. Here the target label is runtime, which is the burst time of the process. To train the models, 30,000 jobs were selected randomly from the dataset. After feature scoring, a total of 11 attributes were used for training. The remaining were dropped due to low contribution. Now, the scoring was done using the Pearson chi-squared test. Significant contribution scores were accepted and the lower contribution scores were rejected. Now, namely, 4 machine learning models were initially employed for the implementation, namely the KNN, decision tree, random forest, and the XGBoost algorithm. The main focus was to assess the performance of tree-based and ensemble-based models, as they are good in handling mixed data. Initially, KNN regressor was used due to the simplicity and flexibility towards different data types. Standard KNN models often suffer in handling heterogeneous data. XGBoost was also used, which is a gradient boosting technique and is used in several ML applications. A strong relationship was established between the mean absolute error and the number of estimators in the model. Growing an ensemble of trees resulted in significant improvement of the model. Thirdly, decision tree regressor using the CART algorithm was used. It used a least square metric for the impurity measure. Fourthly, random forest was also used with the split criterion of MSE, which is the mean squared error. The algorithm's main principle is to construct a small decision tree with few attributes, which is a computationally inexpensive procedure. We can use averaging to combine many small weak decision trees into a single strong learner. Figure 4 shows the workflow of the overall procedure which has been followed for the predictions. This slide shows the random forest algorithm as it performed in the most optimal manner. Here the input vector with M features is denoted by X. Y is the CPU burst time, which is represented by runtime. Dn is the training set with N observations. Now the input data Dn is split at each node by the algorithm. Now the splitting starts at the root node and goes on recursively to each node by calling its own function to the new input. This process goes on until a terminal node is reached. Our objective here was to minimize the RSS as shown in the equation which is given on the slide in order to obtain the best split at each node. The impurity measure was MSE. To select an optimal value of n estimators, we trained the model with a variable number of n estimators, starting from 10 trees to 200 trees with a step size of 5 trees. The optimal results were achieved upon taking n estimators is equal to 55. That's when the error was at lowest. Now I'll show you the results which were obtained from employing the 4 machine learning models. Table 2 shows the performance analysis of the models on 3 error metrics: the mean absolute error, root mean squared error, and the R2 score. Random forest gave the optimal performance, whereas KNN did not perform as good as in comparison with others. It may be due to the presence of categorical features in the dataset that contributed significantly to the model. During the pre-processing, these categorical features were converted into numeric data value using leave one out encoder, since one hot encoding would have made the data sparse due to high number of categories. The higher RMSE value in KNN and the decision tree as compared to XGBoost and random forest, and the comparatively low MAE value in XGBoost is due to the fact that RMSE penalizes large gaps in the actual versus predicted values more strictly as compared to the MAE, which can be seen in figure 7, which shows the plots of the actual value of the CPU burst time in the test data versus the model predictions on the first 200 records of the test data. This is the reason why decision tree, despite having a better MAE than XGBoost, has a comparatively high RMSE value since it's overestimating the peaks at the data points, and similarly KNN is underestimating the peaks. Table 3 shows the improved performance after the hyperparameter tuning, in which the performance of KNN and decision tree has slightly improved. The conclusion of this research work was to predict and to give the CPU scheduler an ability to get to know the runtime or the execution time of an incoming process just by its attributes using different approaches of ML. Prior burst time predictions enables the CPU to dedicate its resources depending upon the magnitude of the burst time of the respective processes. Now, the algorithms like SJF and LJF depends on the burst time, and it can be beneficial for these algorithms. Random forest gave the best performance in all terms, all 3 metrics: the mean absolute error, root mean squared error, and the R2 scored. The future scope is to possibly integrate such models with existing scheduling algorithms of an OS to produce an hybrid algorithm, which in turn can increase the efficiency of the system. Inclusion of deep learning methods can also be done in order to get better results. These are the references for the research work. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wishing you a nice day ahead.
Have you implemented this this whole CPU burst? Have you implemented?
Yes, sir, we have implemented this.
Okay. This was a part of your BTech project, or what type
Sir,
of?
this was an independent project as a BTech student.
Okay, okay. So generally, whenever you do this time estimation, what are the trade-offs with time estimation? Burst time estimation.
Sir, I couldn't get your point of trade-off.
Trade-off means why you are using machine learning? You could have used some other way also to find out while using machine learning what are the advantages you are getting, or what are the disadvantages.
Sir, actually, the main point behind the research was to incorporate machine learning into OS, because the machine learning hardware, which is based on the kernel level, is, the technology which is being used is very, conventional. So we thought that the possible inclusion of machine learning at the kernel level, where the kernel has to make the decisions on the scheduling of various processes, maybe it can help the system give a better performance. That's why we basically incorporated machine learning into this aspect of OS.
Okay, thank you. Prashant ji, aap.
You mentioned about some data set, some TU Delft data
Yes, sir.
set. So can you just explain what this data set is?
Sir, it's the Grid Workloads Archive of TU Delft based in Netherlands. So there are many grids which the university uses, and we use the DAS2 dataset, which is basically a grids archive, and it contains the various processes which came in with all the 29 attributes which were mentioned in the presentation. So it contains the jobs which are based out of a grid. So that's why we thought of using the models on this data set.
So what is a grid here actually?
Sir, actually, TU Delft has many jobs which it has to perform. So, I mean, it basically provides a, virtual meeting place, and uh, it kind of provides a area where, various scientists and all come and perform their jobs. So, in the server level, these jobs are logged in. So this is the database of it, sir. It's not kind of very specific data set.
Okay. And then my question was with respect to the various scheduling algorithms.
Yes, sir.
Your results do they tell that for a particular scheduling algorithm you get better results or something like that?
No, sir. As far as now, we don't, claim that it's giving better than any other result. We are just kind of predicting it beforehand. We are getting the attributes we are getting the attributes of the job beforehand, and we are kind of predicting that, okay, this job might take this much milliseconds or a particular amount of milliseconds to run. That was the objective. It can be done in the future scope that we can combine this machine learning model with some traditional CPU scheduling algorithm like FCFS or SJF or LJF, because these two algorithms require prior burst time, and we don't know what the burst time of a incoming process which may be.
Okay. And what is the main advantage one gets if one is able to predict that burst time beforehand using ML algorithms?
Sir, the one advantage would be that we know that if we have a number of processes, then we can also assign priorities on the basis of the burst time. If we need to complete a long process initially, then we can, just get the data, and we can schedule it accordingly. So we are, basically, whenever a process comes into the CPU, we don't know how much the time it's going to be. We just know its attributes. We know its prior attributes. So by predicting, we can basically give the scheduler an ability of scheduling according to the priorities which we may assign further. So this is the main reason, sir.
Okay, and the ML algorithms which you mentioned, three, four you did. So, which tool you used for their implementation and all?
Sir, we use the sklearn library for the implementations.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Session chairs, can we please move on to the next one?
Yes, I think you can move to the next one. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Dr. Bhatia, you're done?
Yeah. इसका मैं 1 मिनट लगा देता हूँ. Hello.
Sir, so the next paper is paper ID 15707-84527, titled Cardiovascular Disease Prediction Analysis Using Classification Techniques, authored by Mahavir Yadav. Shubham, I would request you to present.
This is a video or the students are there?
Hello everyone, myself
Can
Mahavir,
please
I am
pause?
the author of this paper.
Sir, these are the videos that the authors have
Okay, okay.
taken, and when you're asking the questions, the authors are there live to answer your questions.
Oh, you can put their number here.
Yes, sir, I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
I'm going to present, and my topic of or title of this paper is cardiovascular disease prediction analysis using classification technique. So let's start with my introduction of the topic. This is the table of contents. Then start with the first introduction. Here start. Cardiovascular illness is a relatively frequent condition these days, and most of the people die from cardiovascular disease because most of the people, if they have cardiovascular disease, they will going to get heart attack in their early ages. So in this paper, we mostly cover the most of the aspects how and why most of the people get heart attack at that early age, in this early age. So according to a poll, 92% of the person feel the chest pain, discomfort, and there are many signs of heart attacks, symptoms of heart attacks. Around 47 to 50% people die from the before reaching to the hospital. So what are the most common lack of not predicting heart attack on the very frequent role? In my opinion, do not consider as a serious disease that someone can die from heart attack. So that's why people are ignoring that thing. So in this paper, we mostly consider the machine learning technology and their algorithms like decision tree, SVM, naive-bayes, logistic regression, and random forest. I also chose those algorithms and also applied some hybrid method to improve the accuracy of our model. There are some factors which are mostly considered if someone have heart disease. So there are some factors, some of the like age factor, gender factor, family history, then poor diet and smoking, blood pressure, stress, poor hygiene. These are the factors. So technology, I use machine learning concept which allow machine to learn from the example and experience, and that too without being explicit program. So example of machine learning, if we recommender system how when we shopping somewhere, so automatically some of the product recommended us. When we search on a mobile, then they automatically recommend us some cover, some USB and extra stuff. So this is the architecture of machine learning. First we train our data, then we test our data, and we get the output. Then if we not get the actual output or what we desire, and there is a difference between actual and desire, then we again train our data. This is the architecture of machine learning. So state our why we try this particular problem in our paper. So when we looking for higher accuracy, we run to several issues like algorithm, and some algorithm is good accuracy with they are time demanding. So as a researcher, I'm trying to reduce the time consuming fact and try to enhance the accuracy of our model by using data mining. We have to skip this. And the second part is data collection. Data collection is one of the most important facts when we are predicting something. So we download that data from UCI repository, which contains 303 rows and 14 columns. And this is the picture of data collection, and describe the each and every aspect or columns of data one by one, like gender, age, chest pain, and many more. From last is result. And problem specification. One of the most difficult aspect of predicting accuracy is gathering data. It is impossible to forecast without the data, and it is impossible to predict without data. Then there is a pre-processing, which is another challenge. Our data set has null value. As I told you or explained earlier, we have to perform pre-processing and removing null value. This is the some of the more explanation of pre-processing. This is called problem specification. Then tool and software I use. Software I use Veka software, which is very easily to accessible, and we can easily apply machine learning algorithm. We can easily perform pre-processings one by one. Then we apply machine learning algorithm. So there are many things available in Veka software. That's why I chose Veka software. So this is our proposed model design. First we upload our data, then we do pre-processing, then we evaluate and analyze the result. As the previous researcher done, is my accuracy is improved or not? So this is the rotation or the reason there, or I can say this is the research gap. Heart attack is now regarded to be one of the most dangerous disorders. It is said to be most appealing, and the illness is linked to the heart. So most of the people, as I explained in my introduction, ignore this is not as a danger disease. That's why most of people die at or get heart attack this at early age or young age. So data mining approach is most of the time is very useful. So simulation and result. Because software was used to comparison the study, and where we just output our data and we get the output. As in the next slide, you can see the graph which I use to explain little bit more about my result. So this is the comparison of accuracy of when I use the red line or graph, it shows the improved accuracy when I use hybrid method. And this is a comparison of correctly classified. So there is 303 instances, and most of the, if I use without feature selection, corrected 250, and in base in 250, and when we use feature selection, there is a marginally increase. But in part algorithm, we can see there is a more metrics. TP stands for true positive, FP for false positive, FN for false negative, and TN for false true, TN for true negatives. So this is not my result. This is just explanation of how confusion matrix works. So this is some of the comparison of confusion matrix by using false positive and true positive. So this is a comparison what I did in my paper one by one. So as a result, I chose 5 algorithms, and in this paper I chose 5 algorithms and try each and every algorithm one by one. After applying, then I chose hybrid method, and I also wrote their accuracy in another tab, so I can know their gaps or increase of accuracy. So many studies have used their variations to predict heart attack with various outcomes. So they also use UCI heart attack data set. So I also use that data set. In table 1 describe the terms and methodology in the data set. So this is why I put table 1 in this comparison of other study. So now we are going to see the difference between the previous work and my work, previous paper, recent paper, so I can come easily without any doubt. So conclusion is, first I gather the data, then I remove some of the as this conclusion says, I use previous research and go through their gaps and what kind of algorithm I can use so I can get or improve the accuracy. So according to me, I use each and every aspect as possible to up or increase the accuracy of the model. So in future we can use or some of the latest data set, or we can collect or download 4 or 5 data sets and combine on a single Excel sheet or those 5 or 6 data set, and we can apply then machine learning. But if we have large data set, so we can apply deep learning, because in large data set, deep learning gives the best accuracy as compared to machine learning. So this is my future scope. References. Thank you. That's all about my presentation. Thank you.
What data sets you have taken?
Sir, I taken UCI repository data set, sir.
So what, how many attributes are there in
So
that?
there are 14 attributes, sir.
So what can you explain some of them? What are these attributes?
Yes, sir, I can. So there are, sir, first one is age, gender, then
Okay.
car, then chest pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and in Veka, which library you have used? Veka, what library you have used for doing?
For
You
what,
have
sir?
used Veka tool, no? You have
Yes, sir.
used
Yes, sir.
Veka tool. Yeah. Have you
Sir,
used certain libraries or general
no,
you
no,
have
just
used?
simply, sir, put the data and apply the machine learning algorithms.
Okay. So what was your conclusion out of this whole?
Whole scenario. So, Michael, this is, sir, basically a review article. So this is not an implementation
So you
paper.
have not implemented this.
No, 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 sir.
Only you have reviewed it and you
Yes,
have
sir.
studied. Okay.
Okay, you mentioned something called hybrid method twice or thrice in your presentation. What is this
Yes.
hybrid method? What is this hybrid method?
Sir, hybrid method is like a when we reduce or but I can say in hybrid method we combine like 2 or 3 algorithms, then take our like average of those algorithm and predict a single accuracy.
So how have you used the hybrid method in your work?
In sir Veka, what I use first, I chose a single algorithm or then I combine the several more algorithms apart from this, a single algorithm.
Okay, but you mentioned just now that you have not implemented now.
Yes, sir.
So when you combined the algorithms, then you have not done the implementation. So
No, sir.
how did you do the combination then?
Sir, in my thesis, I already done this thing now. So before submitting my thesis, I have to submit a paper. So in my thesis, I done the implementation.
Okay. And how big was your data set actually? 14
Sir,
attributes you mentioned, but how
yes,
many?
303, sir. It's quite a small data set, sir. Even
Okay.
a older data set. This is a problem.
Okay. So did you search for some
Yes,
other?
yes, sir. Even I asked from the various hospitals to give me like real-time data. So they totally deny. So that's why I have to go with this data set.
Okay. So why do you think somebody will deny those data sets? Is it a confidential data?
Yeah, yeah, sir. That's why, sir. There's a reason. Every time I ask, they have some particular reason. So that's why I didn't deny.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
I mentioned, sir, I have to submit thesis. I'm a research scholar, but still they deny.
Okay, because privacy of this data is very
Yes, sir.
important. You're right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bhatia.
I'm okay. I have already asked. No problem.
Sure, sir. Prashant, sir.
Yeah, we
I'm
can
done.
move ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we are through with this all for.
Yes, sir.
Sake.
All done?
Yeah.
Sir, we're left with one paper.
अभी रहता है?
Yes, sir. 6th one.
5 done, no? One is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ.
So this one is paper ID 15707 85390, titled Visualizing, Comparing and Forecasting Stock Market Prediction. This has been authored by Mithilesh Satyanarayan. Shubham, I think you can present now.
Student is there ना? Video तो नहीं है ना इसका?
Sir, first the video will be presented. After that, student will be there to answer the questions that you
Okay,
guys.
okay.
Good morning. I'm Mridula Raya from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and I'm here to present a paper, Visualizing, Comparing, and Forecasting Stock Market Prediction, on behalf of my teammates, Dharni Srinivasan and Vishnu M. Introduction. Stock market prediction has always been an incredibly popular topic in financial circles. Stock market forecasting and analysis assist investors in making educated decisions, but it is considered to be incredibly difficult due to its volatile nature. Investors take calculated guesses by analyzing the data. They read the news, study the company history, industry trends, and lots of other variables that go into making a prediction. Predicting how the stock market will perform is one of the most difficult things to do. There are so many factors involved in the prediction. Physical factors versus psychological, rational and irrational behavior, etc. All these aspects combine to make share prices volatile and very difficult to predict with a high degree of accuracy. The stock market is basically an aggregation of various buyers and sellers of the stock. A stock, also known as shares more commonly, in general represents ownership claims on a business by a particular individual or a group of people. The attempt to determine the future value of a stock market is known as a stock market prediction. The prediction is expected to be robust, accurate, and efficient. The stock market works in cycles. What comes down goes up, and vice versa. It is therefore considered to be fairly uncontrollable and unpredictable. One needs to keep in mind all the potential factors that could affect the outcome and develop a system keeping all these aspects in mind. Sometimes the stock market does not do well even when the economy is good, and sometimes the stock market does well even when the economy is failing, because there are various reasons for the profit or loss of a share. A business may become vulnerable to market fluctuations beyond their control, including market sentiment, economic conditions, or developments in the sector. But the successful prediction of a stock's future price could yield significant profit. People often seek out ways and tools that can assist them in enhancing their profit while limiting their risks. The efficient market hypothesis, or EMH, assumes that all stocks trade at their fair value. The weak tenet implies stock prices reflect all available information. The semi-strong tenet implies that the stock prices are factored into all publicly available information. The strong tenet implies all information is already factored into the stock prices. The theory assumes that it would be impossible to outperform the market and that all investors interpret available information the same way. Although most decisions are still made by humans, the use of computers to analyze information may be making the theory more relevant. However, machine learning can be very effective to solve this problem, as it contains a large pool of data ready to be used. This paper aims to compare the efficiency of various machine learning models for stock forecasting. The goal of this project is to reliably predict the closing price of a specific stock given a specific time period. For this project, we will focus on the algorithms, support vector regression or SVR, long short-term memory network LSTM, XGBoost, autoregressive integrated moving average or ARIMA, and random forest to predict the closing price. State of art. Traditional approaches to stock market forecasting included fundamental analysis, which looks at the stock's past performance and the general credibility of the company itself, and statistical analysis. Then, predictions could be achieved through genetic algorithms, GAs, or artificial neural networks, ANNs, but these can fail to capture the correlation between stock prices in the form of long-term temporal dependencies. One more significant issue with utilizing basic ANNs for stock prediction is the problem of exploding or vanishing gradient, where loads of a huge organization can either become excessively enormous or excessively little, significantly easing back their contribution to the ideal worth. This is commonly brought about by two elements. Loads are introduced haphazardly, and the loads nearer to the furthest limit of the organization additionally will in general change significantly more than those toward the start. In their paper, Nishan et al. Proposed three different algorithms: recurrent neural network, long short-term memory, and gated recurrent unit for data analysis. The objective was to determine the hidden patterns and data dynamics through the self-learning process. The interrelation between the various companies in the same sector was analyzed, and it was determined that LSTM achieved the best results. The authors, Zahid Iqbal R. et al., devised a model that will lessen the general risk. The model used by the authors implements time series, neural networks, and hybrid techniques. It has been found from the results that for prediction, the recurrent neural network performs better than the artificial neural network. And when comparing layered recurrent neural network with feed-forward neural network, LRNN takes less iteration but takes more time. The results of the feed-forward neural network have been enhanced as the data was pre-processed with the help of WSMPCA algorithm. The authors, Mastanar Ali et al., in their paper, implemented AdaBoost, multilayer perceptron, and Bayesian network for predicting stock exchange index. The proposed method was tested on the Saudi Stock Exchange SSE, and a trial was conducted in the prediction of the Karachi Stock Exchange KSE. The Tasi Corporation has a stock data set. Data has been gathered from a variety of sources. KSE has been running for 6 months and many machine learning classifiers have been developed. These companies' future volume has been forecasted using this technology, and it was found that AdaBoost has the highest classification accuracy among the classifiers. Methodology. The dataset is downloaded from the Y-Finance module, comprising of stock data from Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund, ranging from 2015 to 2020. The Y-Finance module is a popular open source library developed by Ran Arosi to access the financial data available on the Yahoo Finance website. Yahoo Finance is a service from Yahoo that provides financial information. It is the top financial news and research website in the United States. As mentioned before, the goal of the paper is to explore the various techniques and algorithms for accurate stock market forecasting and to visualize the results. In our study, we have chosen 5 different algorithms that will be briefly explained as follows. SVR, or support vector regression, is a supervised learning algorithm that is the regression equivalent of the popular algorithm SVM, or support vector machine. SVM acts by finding the best fit line for the given data. Here, the best fit line is a hyperplane that has a maximum number of points. Support vector regression also uses similar principles as SVM with few minor differences. Unlike other regression models that try to minimize the error between real and predicted value, SVR tries to fit the best line within a threshold value. The threshold value is the distance between the hyperplane and the boundary line. Random forest classifiers are ensemble machine learning algorithms that are suitable for various types of problems. They are an aggregate of various decision tree algorithms. A decision tree is a flowchart type algorithm that is particularly useful for classification problems. Random forests are an upgrade to decision trees as they solve the problem of overfitting that is present in the training set of most decision tree algorithms. The training algorithm for random forests applies the general technique of bootstrap aggregating or bagging to tree learners. XGBoost algorithms are another popular ensemble machine learning algorithm that are based on the concept of gradient boosting and decision trees. Ensemble algorithms are in general better than normal machine learning algorithms as they combine the abilities of multiple algorithms into a single powerful algorithm. Unlike other boosting algorithms, where the weights of misclassified branches are increased, in gradient-boosted algorithms, the loss function is optimized. XGBoost is an advanced implementation of gradient boosting along with some regularization factors. ARIMA, or Autoregressive Integrated Moving Average, is a powerful statistical algorithm that uses time series data to predict future trends of data. It is used to measure events that happen over a period of time. The model can also be used to understand the past data in a series. ARIMA is a powerful algorithm for short-term forecasting and is therefore useful for predicting stock prices given the nature of data available for the problem. LSTM, or long short-term memory, is an artificial recurrent neural network, or RNN architecture used often in the field of deep learning. LSTM algorithms are well suited to classifying, processing, and making prediction based on time series data, as there can be lags of unknown duration between important events in a time series. LSTMs can also retain long-term dependencies, making them particularly powerful. All recurrent neural networks have the form of a chain of repeating modules of neural network. In the standard RNN, this repeating module will have a very simple structure, such as a single 10H layer. LSTMs also have a chain-like structure, but the repeating module has a different structure. Instead of having a single neural network layer, there are 4 interacting in a very special way. The unprocessed data from the downloaded dataset is pre-processed using various techniques such as data normalization and feature engineering. The 5 algorithms mentioned are then supplied with training data one by one, and the accuracy of each model is calculated. Visualization. Before supplying the algorithms with data, we try to better understand the data. The changes in the price of stock over time are visualized for this purpose. We use 4 different companies, namely Apple, VTI, which is Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund, Amazon, and Tesla are selected for the analysis. First, the open stock prices of the 4 companies are visualized by plotting a line graph. It is inferred that Amazon stock prices are on average higher than other companies. Next, the volume of stock traded is plotted to understand how the stock fluctuates over time. This shows that the stocks of Apple are traded higher than all the other stocks. To better understand this, we plot a market cap graph, which combines the previous 2 graphs. From this, we can see that both Apple and Amazon are traded fairly equally, but they are still far higher than the other 2 companies. The percentage growth in stock value can be used to assess the risk of a particular stock. The higher the positive or negative value, the more volatile the stock. This is next plotted, and it is seen that Tesla is more volatile than the rest. Furthermore, we plot histograms and scatter plots that compare the stocks of 2 companies at the same time. From this graph, we can infer that VTI and Apple and VTI and Amazon are loosely positively correlated with each other. Once the data is analyzed and fed through the selected classifiers, we use 4 different evaluation methods, namely root mean square error, RMSE, normalized root mean square error, NRMSE, mean absolute error, MAE, and coefficient of determination to compare the algorithms. Root mean squared error, RMSE, is one of the most commonly used evaluation methods for measuring the quality of predictions. It is a standard deviation of the errors that occur when a prediction is made on a dataset. It can be considered as a normalized distance between the predicted values and the observed values. In general, a smaller RMSE value is preferable to a larger one. Normalized root mean squared error, or NRMSE, is used when one wants to compare model fits of different response variables, or if the response variable y is transformed in some models. It is a normalized version of the RMSE value that allows for better comparison. It is generally a percentage value. Mean absolute error, or MAE, is another popular evaluation metric that measures the average magnitude of errors in a set of forecasts without considering their direction. It measures the accuracy of continuous variables. It is less sensitive to outliers than other evaluation methods. Coefficient of determination, or R-squared, is an evaluation metric that evaluates the scatter of data points around fitted regression lines. It is thus a statistical measure of how well the model fits the observed data and how much variation of the dependent variable is explained by the independent variables in a model. The conclusions drawn from the performance of the various models are: number 1, LSTM provides the lowest score for RMSE evaluation method. A low value of RMSE is desired as it indicates a better fit of the data. It shows that the inputted and predicted data are close to each other and therefore have better accuracy. Number 2, ARIMA reaches the lowest value for NRMSE. An RMSE is a normalized value of RMSE, and as such, it is more suitable when comparing different scales. A low value of an RMSE indicates that the model is good at predicting observed data. Number 3. The SVR model performs the worst among the 5 algorithms for almost all evaluation methods. A negative R-squared value indicates that the SVR model performed worse than the null hypothesis. Number 4. A random forest is the best algorithm in terms of MAE score among the 5 algorithms. The MAE value indicates the difference between true value, and hence a lower value is desired. Conclusion. In the course of this paper, we implemented various machine learning algorithms for predicting stock market closing prices. We have applied 5 different machine learning algorithms to the dataset. We analyzed the difference between the algorithms by calculating the performance metrics. The advantages and disadvantages of the different algorithms are found and compared. And we conclude that the LSTM model performed the best, having an RMSE value of 1.6149. The future scope of this paper would be to compare more models and also to include more parameters that affect the stock prediction. Thank you for this opportunity.
Are you aware of any other, while you have compared different machine learning algorithms, which was one of the best method you consider for your stock prediction?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. So we just compared the selected algorithms because we thought they'd fit the nature of stock data best. And out of the 5 algorithms, we found that LSTM performed best in our given data set.
So have you implemented this?
Yes, it is implemented.
Okay. So why LSTM?
LSTM, as in the. Are you asking why LSTM? Why I chose LSTM?
Why? See, LSTM, there are advantage of LSTM. So what are the advantages of LSTM to be used in the stock market? There are several other, yeah.
Yes, sir. LSTM we particularly chose because of the time series data. Like I mentioned, there can be lags of any duration between events in a time series data. And then we found that through our research, we found that LSTM seemed to fit this type of data better. So we chose that to include in our comparison. Same with ARIMA, it seemed to, it is one of the models that is very much used for time series data.
Again, what data set you have used for this?
It is, we downloaded it from a Y-Finance module. So the downloaded data comprises of stock data from the VTI, from VTI Market Fund over a time of 5 years. So from 31st December 2015 to 31st December 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
you. Mr. Prashant?
Yeah. What are the frameworks which you have used in your implementation?
Frameworks, we implemented this in Python, and for ML, we used sklearn library, and for visualization, we used the Matplotlib library.
Okay. And if you have compared with the previous works which have been done, so what is the value addition which has been done by your work over the previous study?
We compared with so the main point of a paper was to choose well-known algorithms. So some papers seem to have have their own develop their own algorithms, but excluding that, our paper, the LSTM method, we found that it performed better than the papers that we referenced.
Okay. And what is the future work which you envisage in this area?
Future work, we just wanted to make choose different parameters for the selected algorithms and do better. We found that the models can give better results with higher data and training, or by combining algorithms to make more powerful hybrid models. So that's probably a route that we choose for future. scope of our paper.
So how big was your data set?
Our data set, we used data over a scope of 5 years. So I can't tell you the exact number, but the scope was from 2015 to 2020.
So how many data records were there?
I am not sure about that. 1 minute.
Because you have applied deep learning models as well, so you must be having lots of data actually.
Yeah, we did have a lot of data because the number of attributes was, we had 7 attributes in total. So over a scope of 5 years, there was a lot of data, but I don't have the exact number of records with me. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Next, are we through with all?
Yes, sir, we're through with the presentations. I would just like to remind the session chairs to fill the Google Doc.
Okay.
Just a second, there was some chat message where somebody was mentioning that some paper has not called out. So,
sir, actually, we haven't received any paper PDF or video presentation for them. That's why we haven't called them out. So we're talking to our seniors and we'll get back to them very soon.
Hello, sir. Just a minute. I'll send my video in my mail. Just sorry for the inconvenience. I was not aware. Send the video.
Have you mailed it to me? Like I texted you. Okay,
Yes, sir,
let me
I'm
check.
mailing it. Just a minute.
Okay, then do it quickly. I'll check.
Yes.
You can hold on for a minute.
Aryan, we should be there or we can leave after filling the form?
Sir, I think the latest one, they're mailing their presentation, so I think we can wait a little bit if possible, sir.
Okay.
so the chairs have to independently fill those forms, or it is to be mutually filled after discussion?
Sir, it is to be independently filled. We have received a few responses from Dr. Bhatia, but I think you are yet to fill the form.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
Yes, I have sent it. Can you check it?
Just a second, sir. We're looking for it. Session chairs, we're really sorry for the inconvenience. You'll have to wait for a minute more. Right, so we can start with the presentation. Paper ID 15707-85388, titled Reveal Online Fake Job Advertisement Detection Application Using Machine Learning, authored by Mithilesh Satyanarayan. Shubham, if you can start now.
Greetings to all the respected panel members. The title of our paper is Reveal Online Fake Job Advert Detection Application Using Machine Learning. I am Bhuvaneshri Pandian from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram. Our authors are Mr. Prashant C. from Sri Sairam Engineering College, Ms. Deepanjali Chandrasekharan, and Ms. Kavita D. from SRM Ramapuram, Mr. Mithilesh Satyanarayan from MIT Square London, Mr. Thomas from City University of London. To analyze and forecast internet job postings across a range of online sites is quite challenging. It would be easier for job applicants to focus on genuine jobs advertisement if such fraudulent job adverts can be identified and removed. Economic stress and coronavirus impact have significantly reduced job availability and job loss for many individuals. This have created several computer fraud and digital crimes where many applicants get trapped into it. In recent days, many companies prefer to post their vacancies online so that the link can be accessed easily and timely by the job seekers. However, this intention is wrongly used by the fraudster to use the company and job information to trick candidates for acquiring personal and bank details. Fraudulent job advertisements are also posted against the reputed company for damaging its reputation and credibility. This paper also aims to identify online fake job posts. This fraudulent job post detection draws good attention for obtaining an automated tool for identifying fake jobs and reporting them to people for avoiding application for such jobs.
Now let's see the design and experimental details. To classify bogus job postings, the project makes use of multiple data sets. The data set is made up of verified job information. It is obtained from various APIs and collected from various companies while posting in job portals. The data is maintained as dynamic centralized data. The user can input the URL of job portals, such as Indeed in the first section. Jobs from the web page are retrieved using web scraping, and each job is compared to the original data set accessible before being classified as real or fraudulent. The link is passed as input and the URL is validated. The web scraper collects all the data from each job of the respective search query. The data includes job name, company name, job location, and salary. The original data set contains the same details of authentic jobs such as job name, company name, job location, and salary. The job name, company name, location, and the salary of each job from scraped data is compared with the job name, company name, location, and salary of the original data. If all the details match, then the job is marked as authentic. But if any one of the details did not match, it is marked as fake. Then each of the jobs listed are flagged as fake or authentic. The next slide shows the diagram which explains the above process. Now the next slide. In this set, the data set is stored as a CSV file. The data set contains 18,000 rows of data, which means data of 18,000 jobs. The data set consists of fake and authentic jobs. The necessary columns of job data such as job name, company name, location, salary, etc. The machine learning algorithms such as random forest, linear regression, support vector machines, decision trees are trained with the data set. The predictions of each algorithm is tested with the test data. The algorithm which has higher prediction is selected, tested, and trained again. The user inputs are tested with the model developed. Then the job is marked as fake or authenticate. Now let's see the diagram. The data set is pre-processed using tokenizing, stemming, and removing stop words. Feature extraction is done through term frequency analysis. Now, the machine learning algorithm, such as random forest, linear regression, support vector machine, decision trees, are trained with the data set. The prediction of each algorithm is tested with the data set, and the algorithm with higher prediction is selected, tested, and trained again. Now, the extracted feature is trained to the model. The user inputs are tested with the model developed, then the job is marked as fake or authentic. Next slide shows the results. This is the main page of our website. The user has to click verify with URL to check with the URL. Shows and sample Indeed job portal, in which the user enters the job name and location. The user copies the URL with the job name and the location queries. The URL is pasted in the text box and submitted for verification. The next slide shows the text box in which the user pastes the URL for verification. The web scraper program in the background collects all the data of the jobs from the portal. The result page displays the job details marked as fake or authentic.
Online fake job adverts listed by various companies or organizations. We had a questionnaire with nearly 20 questions to understand the fake job advert patterns, like the company location or the departments like information technology, services, marketing, and the other advertising field. And also some of the experience required, employment type, and much more. From the survey, we acquired some findings. Most of the fake advertisements are from the IT and the education sector. That is 73%. Most of the applicants are full-time and interns, especially freshers of 82%, who get trapped into the scams by using multiple online sites in random Google search. In most cases, 41 applicants were asked to pay amount upfront, and 54.8% people were asked to provide their personal details, like some phone numbers or address or Aadhaar card informations. When questioned, 90% of the participants have found several fake jobs advertisements. And again, 90% of the participants have not filed any cases or complaints against the fake company and the advertisements. Thus, this result helped us to develop a tool that can help people quickly identify the fake jobs. Here, slide, we could see some of the images that shows results of our questionnaire, like fake jobs in social media, designations offered, different sectors, information they acquired from us. And then in the next slide is the conclusion. We all know that in today's digital world, we see many instances where young people are being targeted and their personal informations are being captured through fake job advertisements. In this paper, we developed Reveal, our machine learning based web application to identify the fake online job advertisements such that the applicants are cautious in applying jobs that are authentic and reliable. The users can search a list of jobs or a single job with the information with the URL. This procedure is both relevantly quick and accurate. The database is updated on a regular basis. In the future, we will be carrying out a more analysis by connecting multiple data sets with different languages. We also strive to apply a wider range of our machine learning techniques to classify fraudulent online jobs. In the next slide, you can see few references are being listed over here. So we have listed around 5 references. So thank you all. On behalf of our team, we thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
प्रशांत जी आप पूछ लीजिए. My internet was certain issues.
Okay, so actually you have not described the algorithms which you have used, the tools which you have used. So can you put some light there?
Sir, we have used the scikit library to perform the machine learning process. We have used random forest search algorithm. We actually implemented many other algorithms, but random forest algorithm gave the best performance on various metrics. We did it in Python.
Okay, and then what were the data sets which you have used, and what was the size of those data sets? Can you mention?
We used data sets from Kaggle. This include various data about jobs from various nationalities such as US, Canada, and India, and around it contains details of around 18,000 jobs, various parameters such as the job name, company name, title, description, and salary range, and the positions and the function of those job, and etc.
So what were the parameters which were like predominant in deciding whether it is a fake job advertisement or not?
So there were 9 primary parameters which were job title, the location, the department in which the job functions, and the salary, and the record experience, the employment type, the record education, the industry, and the function of the job. So we use this to classify as a job as a fake or authentic.
And how does your work compare with some past work which has been done in this area?
Past work, some papers we saw, we included SVM and other regression linear algorithms which does not give results for the false description that the fake job adverts give. Some descriptions were with spelling mistakes, so but that description too, those algorithms couldn't identify as fake. Our algorithm did identify.
Okay. What is the future roadmap?
Future roadmap would be we have slightly implemented this algorithm in the form of website. We can develop this website more helpful for job applicants by hosting this website. We should do more research about this.
So is some improvement in the algorithms also part of the future roadmap?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
So what do you plan there?
So we can. I am not. I need more data set for this. So I should collect more data set. As this data set is identified only in Kaggle. I need a more real-time data set for this. This data set is also quite old. I need current data which could make the algorithm perform well.
Yes, so actually we are planning to have some more real-time information so that it will be easy for us to identify the jobs which are authentic and fake, sir. So that will be helpful when we get from some other online websites regarding all the informations. That will be easy for us to classify with the machine learning techniques.
Okay,
At
fine.
present, what is your data size? Prashant, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm through with my questions here.
So what is the size of this data set which you are scrolling or which you are
So
taking?
actually here we just tried for one of the page in Indeed website and we just tried for a few attributes. We didn't try for everything because as it's like a small one, we just took one page of Indeed information regarding only the web developers or particular area or from particular location, that is like from Chennai alone. So for that information, that page alone, we just check for the advertisements, sir.
Okay. So was it through LinkedIn profile or how
It's
you?
through Indeed website portal, sir. INDEED.
Okay, Indian portal.
Yeah, we have included the screenshots also in the presentation actually.
Okay. So what are your future plan to this? Because it's a good.
Actually, we
project.
just want to have the real-time data set from all the different companies where they want this. So we can also use this like an extension also if we develop. That will be easy for everyone whosoever trying for any job, no? So they can apply in any of the website portal and they can just add this extension. That should show the flag like red or green flag. That will help them to identify this post is done and it is authentic or it's fake. So I feel that will be very useful if it has been included in extension.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So with that, we're through with all the presentations scheduled for today. Once again, I hope that the session chairs, Dr. Bhatia and Mr. Prashant, you're actually filling the Google Doc.
So that I will complete.
Right, sir. So now since we're done with the presentations, I would request all the session chairs, authors, co-authors, and my fellow panelists to turn on their camera so that we can have a nice screenshot. All the authors, please. Yeah, we're done with the screenshot. So this session is officially over. On behalf of IEEE DELCON, I would like to thank all the session chairs, all the authors, co-authors, my fellow panelists, and everyone who attended the session. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence.
I as a chair of this and with Prashant also have thank Aryan and other co-hosts from IEEE for wonderful coordination of this session and wish them all the best. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a
you.
lot, sir. An honor to have you,
Thank
sir.
you for
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The authors may feel free to leave now. We'll have another session in a while on the same day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, you are joining now? It is already 3 o'clock. It's already I have joined, but I think I am seeing few participants, but it's not started, I think. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Let's do a quick roll call for the authors. First is paper
Yes,
ID
hello.
15.
Yes, yes, yes.
Please
Yes, I have
mute yourself.
already joined there.
First is paper ID 1570783081, a study of dependability modeling methodologies for safety critical systems. Sushma and Sanjay, are you here?
Yes.
Thank you. Next is 1570783191, Adela and Trihastati. Are you here? Next is 1570783285.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Next is 1570783285. Ekanshi, Kuldeep, and Adeep. Are you here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 1570783578. Roja, uh, Maria, Shreya, Kaveri, Priyanka. Are you here? One five seven zero seven eight three eight six two. Prashasti and Rajesh.
I am present, Prashasti.
Thank you. 1570784726. Vasim and Ritula.
Sir, I'm present, sir.
Thank you. A repeat call for 1570783578. Roja, Uttara Kumari, Shrushti, Maria, Kaveri, Shreya, Priyanka.
Sir.
Thank you.
So what about the other chairs? They have already joined.
Sorry.
Other person they have joined. Other chairpersons. I think two more persons are there for this session. No?
Yes, sir. So we have Surya, Professor Anja.
And there is one Professor Sahida Khatun is also there. Three
Yes, sir.
persons are there in this session.
And Tariqul Islam, sir, also.
Yes, yes. I am Tariqul Islam.
Okay, sir. Okay.
What about the other?
Joining, I am talking to them right now. They are having some issues.
So we will just wait for one more chair, then sir, we will start, sir.
Also, then we have to wait for some time.
So 1 or 2 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Shahide, sir. So let's start. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to DELCON 2022, the maiden IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, and Computer Engineering, hosted by Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Dwarka this year. For this session, we have track 6, that is Intelligent Control Systems. Professor A.N. Jha, Dr. Tariqul Islam, sir, and Dr. Shahida Khatun, ma'am, are the chairs for the session. We welcome you, session chairs. I am Akshat Agarwal, moderator for this session. We have Yaju Chug as the presenter and Shaurya Bhau as the coordinator. Please follow the following instructions. Please mute yourself until you are not asked to unmute. We will call the authors one by one and will present their research work. After completion of the presentation, I request the authors to unmute themselves for the Q&A section. Session chairs are requested to please fill the attendance sheet and the mark sheet after every paper presentation. In case of any technical issue, please coordinate with Yaju Chug or Shaurya Bhau in the chat section. You are requested to stay till the session is over. Session chairs, can you please acknowledge that
I
you have
think
received the attendance sheet and the mark sheet?
so. Already I have That evaluation sheet is with me.
Shahida ma'am, you're on mute.
Yes, already I have the evaluation sheet with me.
Thank
So
you, sir.
that is
Yeah, I have got the attendance sheet, day 3 attendance, 13th February. Yeah. And evaluation sheet also, I think it is there. I have 4 paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers. 5 papers here. Yeah. You can continue with the first presentation. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So the first presentation is paper ID 15707-83081, titled as A Study of Dependability Modeling Methodologies for Safety Critical Systems. Authors are Sushma Verma and Sanjay Kumar.
And what is the timing for the session, Akshat Gargwal? How long they can present their papers, and how much time is allotted for question answer session? Is there
So
any
it is
time
a
for
10
that?
minutes presentation and then 1 or 2 question answers.
Okay, so you have to follow this timeline also. The participants and also the presenter, you have to give your presentation within 10 minutes, and few questions can be asked for another 2 to 3 minutes only.
Yes, sir.
May I
So I
continue,
think,
sir?
yes. Please speak little loudly. Little loudly.
I request the author to please unmute herself and switch on her camera. The session chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Yeah. One thing, I am Professor Enja, session chair, just asking one question. What are the criteria for selection of modeling tools?
Okay, depending upon the constructs what we want from the systems, like if we want to capture the dynamic behavior of the system, especially dynamic behavior means that it does not shows the state changes in the static system. So if we want the static modeling of the system, like we want the components of the system, how they are connected only, then we can choose only the static diagrams like UML. And if we want to deduct the failure, like failure deduction analysis is used inside the FTA, then we can use the FTA. Likewise, for dynamic, there are DRBD and Petri nets.
Okay, so you have used FTA.
Yes, I have used FTA to capture the static aspect of the safety systems.
So do you find any limitations of this technique, this tool?
Yes, sir. This is only the limitation that it's capture the only the static aspect of the system. Like in dynamic reliability block diagram or in reliability block diagram, there is one more limitation. Like for critical aspects like deadlock, non-liveliness, and boundedness, they cannot capture all these things. FTA cannot capture all these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I have one questions that
Yes, sir.
this is all about the criticality of the software point of view, but I think your
Yes, sir.
system also some hardware component is also there. So in
Yes, sir.
what extent that your things you have to also take care of the hardware component. You have to
Yes, sir.
analyze whether the hardware component is working properly or not. So in that
Yes, sir.
aspect, can you give any comments?
Yes, the hardware runs on the basis of the software. We have considered the systems like that only. Like hardware runs on the basis how we operate the system. Like if the software fails, then the hardware will be fail. In terms of instrumentation and control systems, what we operate,
So
whenever there is, yeah,
that is not necessary. Suppose you are
yes,
basically you are having, let us say you are having one temperature measurement system is there. So
yes,
that sensor is giving the temperature data, and that data you are basically acquiring. Okay.
yes, yes,
So
yes,
in
it
that
can be
case,
calculated. Similarly, hardware reliability can be calculated.
so that is also very important, what I understand.
Yes, yes. The stochastic models like Petrinets can model those systems also. Yeah, thank you.
I request the session chairs to please update the attendance sheet and the mark sheet. Moving on to the next paper, paper ID 15707-83191, titled as Path Smoothing User Bias Curve with Maneuver Constraint of Fixed Wing UAV. The authors are Dilla and Trihastiti.
Akshat, one thing. Hello,
Yes,
Akshat.
sir. Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Simultaneously, you have to put the mask.
Sir, it's better, sir, if you put simultaneously or you can put at the end, sir.
Okay. At the end. Okay. No issue. No issue. No issue. Okay. Okay. So good. So we should. Acha, this started. Okay. No issue.
May I continue, sir? May I continue the presentation?
Yeah.
I'm not able to find the attendance. Where are we are supposed to make the marks?
Ma'am, it's on page number 52, ma'am.
Page
Page
number.
number 52.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
let me check.
Ma'am,
Of
there was
attendance sheet.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
the marks is a form, ma'am, Google form.
Google form. Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am. The respective links
Okay,
are
all right.
given.
Let me.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, there
Yeah,
are two.
you can start.
Okay, okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Dilamarta Putri as author and presenter. This is my last slide. I look forward for having discussion and question from the audience. You can also reach
The author is requested to please switch on her camera and unmute herself. The session chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Yes, I have a question. Are the obstacles considered in this research are dynamic or static?
static, ma'am.
So why not dynamic?
Because my research is just a static obstacle. And maybe in future, yes, in the future work, we can do the dynamic obstacle or a dynamic obstacle.
Mhm. And is it hardware-based research or only simulation work?
This is just simulation, ma'am.
Simulation. So which platform have you used for simulation?
MATLAB, ma'am.
So what are the input and output variables you have considered for the simulation?
First, I make a 3D environment, 3D scalar matrix for making 3D environment.
What are other path planning methods available?
Planning method.
Currently available other path planning apart from this method, Bezier method. What are other methods? You have not compared your results with some other techniques.
Yeah, this is also my question, that you have compared your result with only one technique. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Why not from others? Then we can get the better result and we can conclude in better way. And then you find what are the other limitations. If you compare with only one techniques.
Yes, sir. I just do one because the previous research is different pathfinder and different environment. I just do compare with Bezier proof just using constraint one.
And one more question I would like to ask you about the cost functions. You have decided what are the parameters considering you find the cost functions?
In theta star or Bezier proof, sir? In theta star, sir?
Yeah, pardon?
Yes. Cost function of theta star is Fn equal Gn plus Hn, where the Fn is the total value required to take the path from currently the occupied node to the end node, where Gn is the value of the currently occupied node to the neighbor or nodes within range of line of sight, and Hn is the value of the neighbor node or nodes within range of the line of sight to the end node.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I request the session chairs to please update the mark sheet and the attendance sheet. Moving on to the next paper.
Okay, Akshat, just a minute.
Yes,
I
sir.
will take some time. How many participants are there?
So there are 6 papers to be presented.
6 papers. So now is the third paper, no?
Yes, sir.
2 papers. So I will do later on. Just I have to take some time. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Don't worry. I will just put the marks attendance after just over of the sessions.
Okay, sir.
Is there any issue?
No, sir, no.
No. Okay, good.
Next is paper ID 15707-83285, titled as Fuel Cell and Solar Power Based Hybrid Electric Vehicle Using Fuzzy Controller. The authors are Ekanshi Raj Shukla, Kuldeep Sahe, and Adeep Ahmed.
Good morning to all the contributors.
I request the author to please switch on her camera and unmute herself. Session chairs may ask any questions if they have.
Now, one thing, that's what is the main motivation of your work for using fuzzy logic techniques? What's it, please?
Yes, sir. So mainly fuzzy logic, we have using fuzzy logic because it helps us in, it is better with respect to other controllers such as classic PI or PID controllers. It gives us more understanding and we can go through the rules according to ourselves.
No, but in your work, you have not shown the study of previous other techniques. Just only fuzzy logic technique you have shown it.
Yes, sir, because I have chosen a fuzzy logic as it is very easily understandable and we can make rules according to as I have done it in MATLAB. So I have used Mandani's approach as it has very advantages and it is very convenient for the as we can make rules in themselves according to
Oh,
ourselves.
that's true. Rules can be used, but now, before going for the fuzzy logic technique, first you have to ensure that in what aspect the conventional methods are having disadvantages. Then to analyze, to address those issues, whether your fuzzy logic is going to serve your purpose or not, then that thing you have to analyze. And based on this investigation, then you can decide whether I should go for fuzzy logic or not. And then after deciding fuzzy logic, because fuzzy logic is also going to make your system more complicated, calculation is also required, isn't it? That
Yes,
also
sir.
for real-time implementation is also very issue for fuzzy logic based system.
Yes,
So
I just want to make the performance of the vehicle better as which lacks in the PID controller. That's why I have used it.
and why you have taken only the triangular membership function? Why you have tried the other? There are maybe some other membership functions also.
Yes, sir. So I have used this according as I have designed the whole system. So I have used this according to the convenience that I can make less rules and less logic to implement better system.
Okay, I mean, just only you have tried with only single membership function, single type of membership function, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So at least if you can try the different type of membership function, then also at least investigate that which type of membership function is going to give better result, even also the complexity, everything you can analyze, is it?
Yes, sir. Main aim was basically to differentiate what will where will we get a better performance as we have using different types of input variable functions. We have we have done the comparison of the input variables. First of all, taking two input variables, and then in the second, we have taken three input variables.
Okay, so three input that your performance improvement is also not much significant. Hardly 1 to 2% performance has been
Yes,
improved.
sir.
Okay.
Sir, A.N. Jha, sir, you are on mute.
Lithium ion batteries. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
My question is selection of lithium ion batteries. What are the limitations of the lithium ion batteries?
Sir, we have using lithium as normal battery. We have using lithium ion battery.
My question is about is there any limitations, disadvantage of lithium ion batteries, all are the advantages of lithium ion batteries. The selection of lithium ion batteries.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. I think some network issue
Uh,
is there.
Hello?
Akanshu, you're not audible.
Huh. Hello?
Hello?
Sir, you are
Yes.
audible, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Kanchi.
Yes, sir. Hello? Yes, sir. Lithium ion battery is very commonly used, so I have used it, and it has basically also high density in comparison to other types of batteries like nickel cadmium battery.
Okay. But you should give other answers also on the basis of the criteria for selection of the batteries. Once you have decided, you must know what are your requirement for selecting the battery. Which type of battery is required. Another question is about the controller part. Okay, so you have taken your paper about the PI controller only. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Why not the PID controller?
Like,
Hello?
yes, sir. The PI controller in which sense? In which thing?
For controller designing purpose, you have used the PI controller, na?
No, sir. PID controller I have used.
Acha, PID controller.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Then you tell me the selection. Why PI? Why PID? Why not PI? Is there any limitations for your selection of PI controller rather than PID controller?
Sir, it basically incorporates both the as P controllers is gain is important, and I controller also reduce the steady state error, and D controller can also reduce the rate of change of error. That's why also to making the change of the error to reduce, we have using PID controller.
Okay, one simple question. You tell me about the limitations of fuzzy controller.
The limitations of fuzzy controller is mainly in real-time purposes, as we have inbuilt the rule due to according to us. That's why we cannot incorporate any real-time as we have to redesign and redesign the set of rules in this.
Okay. Now next.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Next we have paper ID 1570783578, titled as Machine Learning Based VoxelNet and LUNet Architectures for Object Detection Using LiDAR Cloud Points. The authors are Roger Reddy, Uttara Kumari M, Sai Shrishti, Maria, Kaveri, Shreya, and Priyanka.
Hello. Just show me your references again. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Reference slides just show again.
Yes, sir. Yajur,
And for unit, it is 0.019.
No, reference.
Yajur at the end.
And ease of implementation. The LUNET segmentation aids in capturing the shape of an object. So the future scope is to train the models for an higher epochs in order to increase accuracy and reduce the loss. The future work will orientate towards reviewing new architectures to increase robustness and efficiency. These are some of the references.
Yeah, one thing. Which paper you have used as a reference here? You have put so many references, but for
Sir,
your paper,
9, sir. It's based on point cloud and voxelnet.
OxelNet, what's a Control and Decision Conference, 2019 paper. Okay. Yeah. Right. Any questions from?
Yes. Actually, one thing I want to tell to you that I think most of the references are very only conferences papers are there. So you have not taken any good journals paper for doing your research.
No, sir. I have referred only some IEEE conference papers only, sir.
Why? Why not journals paper? IEEE they are also having very in this type of work to also publish in good journals also. I think that will be better.
Yes, sir. As it was my college project, I limited to only that conference paper, sir.
Mhm. Okay, I mean, so what is the execution time of your algorithm of this network? Can you tell me? For
Sir,
real-time implementation point of view, these things also we have to take into consideration.
yes, sir. Actually, it is not. It is not done for real time, sir. I have taken the data set from open source. That is a HITI data sets. It depends. Like, sir, if we increase the number of epochs, the time also increases, so that we may use better model in order to increase its accuracy and all, and time also.
No,
Because
but for real, see this. It's true that you have done this work based on open source data, but for
yes, sir.
real-time application point of view, for autonomous application,
Yes, sir.
this could be done on in real-time basis, isn't it?
Yes,
Then
sir. It can be
execution
done, sir.
algorithm of your program, that is also very important. So, how much time is taken to run this particular algorithm you have used for doing the analysis? Can you
It
describe?
takes like if we I gave like 3,000 images, like I gave it is
Mhm.
taking like 10 minutes or around 5 minutes for entire, sir. The video will be given in form of a times frames.
That's true. So
So
it means if it time mean execution time is there. So
yes,
real
sir.
time application there must be a time lag, isn't it?
Yes, sir. That time log depends on even the GPU, sir. We should be having very high supporting GPUs in order to get that. So we use Google Collapse, which is an open source GPU provider. It gives 15 GB. In that GPUs, we got that. If we go for high-end GPUs, the time also we can decrease. Like suddenly we can detect an object.
Mhm. And what is the use of ultrasonic transducer?
Excuse me, sir. I didn't get you,
No,
sir.
what is the use of ultrasonic transducer? Ultrasonic sensor also you have used it.
No,
What is
no,
the
sir.
use in
I
your
have
application?
used only LiDAR point clouds and camera images.
But you have also mentioned probably the ultrasonic sensors also.
It gives the like this velocity and distance, like based on the ultrasonic waves. It's the objects.
No, what you use, what is the purpose of using that sensor in this project?
Sir, I have not used, sir. It is brief introduction. Like
Oh, it's a
these
brief introduction
sensors are
only.
present on an autonomous vehicle. In that, I have taken camera and LiDAR images.
Okay.
दिए जाएगा भाई मोटे पैसे
Okay. Call next.
Okay, sir. So moving on to the next paper. We have paper ID 15707-83862 titled as a novel recurrent neural network model for the identification of time-delayed non-linear system. The authors are Prashasti Srivastava and Rajesh Kumar.
Which paper you have used out of these references?
Good evening, sir. Sir, I've used the Neural Computing Applications Journal, IEEE Journal.
Okay, just can you show me?
Yes, sir.
Which number? Numbering is not done, so
Yes, apologies for that, sir.
okay.
It's in the last slide.
Last Asian Journal of
Just,
Control.
just way before that. Just a second. Yajur, can you help me with the second slide? Second last slide. That would be the slide.
And model was tested on a complex dynamic nonlinear.
Actually, there's some problem with this player, so I'm unable to forward it again and again.
Okay, no issue.
We'll just wait for 15 seconds and it will automatically display after that.
Both in terms of error reduction.
I'm sorry for that.
Convergence, because window has good error reduction, but not a very good response in terms of error conversion. And similarly, ENN does not have a very good error reduction response, but great return. But in our case, in our IC has done both structures of performance.
Yeah. So this paper, nonlinear model identification and adaptive model predictive control. This you are talking about this paper?
No, sir. Just the second slide. This slide is just after this.
Okay.
Second slide. Yes, this one. So the Neural Computing Applications, 2017.
2070. Okay. One thing you tell me, just show the back slide for the performance of the parameters. That slide, could you repeat?
Yes, sir. So the comparison table?
A comparison table.
Okay.
For performance, you have taken two performance.
Yes, sir. Two reference
Measure.
structures. Yes, sir. This, Yaju, the slide before the conclusion.
Actually, there's some problem with this player. I have to again. Could you just tell me the timings? I mean, the exact time.
Try 9 minutes.
No, 9 minutes. I think that shows the references.
Okay. 8:50. I think 8:40.
The slideshow can be done here, no?
Yeah, slides. Yeah, second
Slideshow
last. Yeah, you go. Slideshow.
It
Oh,
was
okay, ma'am.
before conclusion.
Before
Actually, this is a
conclusion.
pre-recorded video, ma'am.
Okay.
But can she do a slideshow right now? She has her paper, no?
Christy,
She
can you
show
present?
it.
Yes, I'll just bring it up.
Yeah, then please present.
Okay, just please give me 10
Do it.
seconds. I'll
Thank
just
you.
bring
Thank
it
you.
up.
Okay. Leave it. If you have any problem, just leave it. Only you tell me you have taken two parameters for the performance. MAE, hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So why you have taken only two? Why not more than two?
So the idea behind predicting a model is to reduce the error between the desired model and the model that we're trying to predict, the actual model. So
Okay.
error was the prime parameter there. That is why I've taken both the kind of errors.
Okay.
But the accuracy of other models is also good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They
That
are.
is also, then you are telling that it is a superior performance in what respect.
So the values of the error is good in all the three models, but in case of LR and IFT, it is better. The numbers are better in case of locally recurrent neural network with input feed through. And also the convergence rate of the errors is also very high in case of LR and IFT. We can see that from the graphs. Thirdly,
So what is
yes, sir.
What is the converging rate?
Sir, I haven't calculated the slope for that, so it's only plot-wise visible from the.
And what about the training time of 3 networks?
Yes, sir. For feed-forward neural network, it was 7.5 seconds. For Elma neural network, it was 6 seconds, and for the proposed structure, it was 5.12 seconds.
So it is hardly 1 second difference.
Yes, sir.
And what about the complexity of the neurons?
Yes, sir. For all the three structures for forming a base of comparison, I have taken only 3 hidden neurons. But structurally, ENN is a very complex structure. And feed forward does not have a recurrent loop, so it takes a lot of time. So in case of LRN IFT, what I've done is I reduced the complexity by removing weights for each recurrent weight, a neuron. And for having the memory, I have taken directly from the input to the output, one single weight, to reduce the complexity of the structure.
Last question, have you considered the noise effect in your nonlinear system?
Sir, no, sir. I have taken only the mathematical model, and I have taken only two aspects of the dynamic system. For example, I have taken only the past value of the input and past value of the output to estimate the whole system.
But I think for real-time application, that issue should also be there. The noise effect is going to affect the performance of the nonlinear systems also. Is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right.
So that thing should also be considered, I think.
Okay, sir. I'll make sure I'll incorporate that in my further research as well. Thank you for the comment.
One thing, the number of hidden neurons, how many number of neurons you have?
Sir, only 3, sir.
Why only 3, not 5? And
So because it increases the complexity unnecessarily. If you're getting error better in only 3 hidden neurons, that is better for us.
then there would be the comparison also, no? You have just fixed to the 3.
So yes, sir. Because I was trying to compare between the 3 structures, I have fixed it so that we have a common basis of comparison. Otherwise, if I increase it, it will perform better, but it will be more complex for all the 3 structures.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Moving on to the last paper.
Okay.
Paper ID 150784726, titled as Power Factor Improvement and Harmonics Reduction in PWM AC Chopper Fed 3-phase induction motor drive using fuzzy logic controller. The authors are Vasim and Ritula Thakur.
Which reference paper you have used as a master paper?
Sir, the first one, sir. Hello, sir.
Pardon? Yeah.
Sir, the first one is my reference paper, sir.
Okay, first one.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
one thing you tell me, you have taken IGBT as a switching device.
Yes, sir.
So what is the switching frequency?
Sir, switching frequency is around 1 kilohertz, sir.
1 kilohertz.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about the duty cycle, duty ratio?
Sir, duty ratio, sir.
Hello?
Sir, I'm listening, sir.
Okay. So why you have chosen IGBT, not other switching not other switching devices?
Sir, MOSFET is also useful, sir, but for higher power applications, for high voltages, IGBT is better, sir.
Okay. So your result shows that TSD is 4.71 and
Sir.
power factor is 0.9975.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in the paper, you have just taken the reference. What is the power TSD and power factor there?
Sir, their power factor is almost similar, sir, 0.95, something like that. And THD is 9%, sir.
Okay, so it is improvement. You have just improved the TSD there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good. Any more questions?
Why can you just have one minor query? Why there is improvement TSD value in your scheme, in your control algorithm?
Sir, THD value increase, sir.
Why it is increase? I mean, what is the logic behind it? What is the
Sir, the fuzzy logic controller, it is well suited for nonlinear systems, sir.
No, that's true. But then why? I mean, so how fuzzy is doing order? I mean, how it is reducing this one?
Sir.
Last.
Sir, the nonlinearities, it will fuzzify, sir, or whatever the nonlinear variations are there.
Last.
Those are removed and harmonies are.
One maybe that your system is having better representation in case of fuzzy logic, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Then definitely the error can be reduced.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions, sir? Any more question?
We are done with all the authors for ICS 4. I request all of you to turn your camera for a group picture.
Bye. We had a great stay. Please come to Hyderabad.
Thank you, everyone. We conclude with this session. I thank the session chairs and the authors for joining. I hope we had a great learning experience. Thank you, everyone. I request the chairs to please update the answer sheet and mark sheet.
Okay. So I will take some time today, and within a couple hours, I will just send all the information to you. Required
So if you
information.
need some help, we can help you right now so you can do it faster.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will submit the
Yeah,
check.
that will be better if you can help us right now. But we
Yes,
have to come out of the
I
session.
can help you. You can start. If you have any queries, you can ask me.
Yes.
I will take some time. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So if
Yes.
Probably I have done it. I have sent I think all 5. The last one is left only. I will send it very soon to you.
Okay.
So I have to keep submitting for each
Yes, ma'am.
paper the
Yes, ma'am.
evaluation form.
Then
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
to submit it, madam. You have to submit also.
Submit, na? Click on submit.
Then you get the new form. You'll get it fair.
Once we submit, we'll get a new form, right?
Another
Okay, let me do it.
another response. Then this way you can do.
Okay. Akshat, hello.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, just
you,
within.
sir.
Thank you, Professor Jha.
Thank you, sir.
Jha,
Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you.
So
Okay.
nice. Thank you. So nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We
Thank
hope we'll able to meet you offline.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, okay, sir.
Offline,
Okay.
yeah.
So we will pray for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Akshat. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Just within
Thank you.
couple
Thank
of
you, sir.
minutes, I will send to you. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you can contact Shore in case of any technical help, sir.
Okay, Akshat. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, submit another response. Should I click, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I've submitted
Ma'am,
one.
we have received the first response. Yes, ma'am. We have received it.
Okay. And what about this attendance sheet? How do I
If you
sign
come on
them?
page number 52,
Ma'am,
ma'am,
if
52,
you
okay.
if you can't sign it, you can just write your name.
Yeah, that's the thing. But I want to learn how to sign. I have to
Have a
insert.
PNG image of your scanned image of your sign. You can just copy and paste it on the document. That would work.
आप अपना सिग्नेचर कॉपी पेस्ट कर दीजिए उसमें आपके पास कोई अगर सॉफ्ट सिग्नेचर है ना तो वहां पे कॉपी पेस्ट कर दीजिए आप
Okay, okay.
आपको जब आपके पास एक विंडोज बना रखा आपका नाम के साथ जस्ट यू कैन राइट द रिमार्क्स आल्सो अबाउट द पेपर and also paste your signature there so that is going to complete that part then you come to the second paper then third paper you have to do the same way.
If I do the one, then I'll be able to do the rest.
Yes. Just take it is there.
Yeah. I've inserted one in one of them.
And then
the size is very big. Let me try.
Ma'am, it's good, ma'am. Ma'am, it will work.
It's good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I'll do it accordingly. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll submit it right now. Give me some time.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so I think we can log out the session, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Professor Tarikul, are you still there?
Yes, I'm going to know just last one. I'm going to submit.
Yes, last one. Yes, I was just going to say that. Oh, yes, sir, I've received it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I can leave now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So nice.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. When is the next session?
This was the last session.
I think so. There will be a closing ceremony after this. We will inform you.
At 5:30.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. You are muted, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
So, how it all went, ma'am?
Sir, actually, it was very tough time, and volunteers were working day and night.
Correct.
We were not sleeping for the last
My God.
3-4 days.
My God.
And
my
it
God.
got all successful.
Yeah, that is what we can assume. Yesterday I had a session and it was so nicely coordinated by the two children. I mean, it
Thank
was
you, sir.
really
Thank
so
you.
nice.
Yeah.
So
Actually, that's what we want to listen from you. Actually, what we have delivered, we have not listened back that good words which you are saying. Just
no,
now.
no.
Yeah.
And from every corner it has been coming, you know.
Thank you
Even
so much.
I had one paper and my student presented.
Okay.
So he was also grossly happy. He was saying that it was very nicely managed. In fact, the people have been learning through all this process. Yeah.
Hello, Vijayalata. How are you?
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, Vijayalata ma'am.
Good evening, all. Thank you.
Hello, Vijayalata ma'am. We would like to listen from you also about feedback about the sessions later on, whenever the time comes. Actually, in the conference virtual mode में हम celebrate भी नहीं कर पाए.
Yeah. So have you unmuted Professor Dutt, Dr. Dutt and C. Subramania, Subrata Mukhopadhyay sir also come. So, you know, these are all senior people. So initially unmute all of them so that we can exchange our greetings, and after that you can, you know, enforce your rules.
Thank you, Ansari sir. I have just been unmuted. Very grateful.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Evening. Thank you. Good evening.
Subramaniam sir, good evening. So see, he has to be unmuted. Subrata sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. I thought I am late by 2 minutes.
No, sir, you are quite on time. In fact, we are still, you know, waiting for some more people to join. And in the meantime, I just congratulated Professor Prerna Gaur for her successful event, untiring efforts by her volunteers and her entire team. So, and she was glad to listen to the individual's praise, you know, because for last 3 days they have been all working. Nobody is there to appreciate. And whenever there is
Nice
a
of you,
meeting,
sir.
we are
So
all
nice
muted.
of you for acknowledging this work. And this is the teamwork, and all of us are here who manage the show.
Prernaji, greatly acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Subramaniam sir, are you listening? Can you speak? No, he is not unmuted.
He's speaking, but
Yeah,
we cannot
he's
listen.
speaking, but
We cannot listen.
these children, Sharon, why don't you
Hey,
unmute
try
him?
to have
Actually, sir, I
sign
don't have the
language. Read the
access.
sign language.
Yeah, correct, sir.
I would please
There is
request
a
the
possibility
host
of
to.
speech processing, and also movement of the lips also will be in a position someday.
Correct, sir. And we can make out what he's trying to speak, correct?
Definitely.
Subrata sir and everyone, good evening to everyone.
ओ
good
हुदा जी
evening.
पहुंच गए चलिए आप तो
जी जी मैंने सोचा सब लोग बात कर रहे हैं
72
तो मैं भी
आवर्स से
अनम्यूट
पीछे
कर
पड़े हैं
असली कंट्रोल जो है वो हुडा साहब के पास है. He did not require
नहीं
to
नहीं
be
सर असली
unmuted
तो
by
बस
anybody.
जो फ्रंट में दिखता है वही चलता है.
आप तो सबके फ्रंट पे है ही.
हुदा साहब शकल तो दिखाइए.
Thank you. Special thanks to
कहाँ
Huda sir.
कहाँ से बोल रहे हैं?
घर से बोल रहा हूँ सर.
बिल्कुल जरूरी है.
जमशेदपुर या
अभी एक
दिल्ली?
सेकेंड. नहीं घर दिल्ली में हूँ.
अच्छा.
मैं कुछ काम कर रहा था टेबल पे तो मैंने साइड वाली दूसरी मशीन पे डेस्कटॉप पे ज्वाइन.
Okay.
Okay, so we are welcome now.
Special mention actually Huda sir का flawless arrangement था web links का. It was supported by his team.
Correct.
Participant 66. चलो.
Prerna, I think we should start. You know, there are a good number of people already have joined, and you know, being on time is also important. 5 minutes gone.
Professor Preeti Bajaj has joined.
She should be
It is
there.
part of the same team.
No, she is there.
Yeah, she's the chief guest.
Yes. I just call her so that she can join.
बात कर लीजिए नहीं है. Where is our secretary treasurer?
Now treasurer has joined.
Very
welcome,
good.
Dr. Sneha Kabra.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Prerna ma'am. Congratulations. Finally, the grand event is coming to a successful end.
Congratulations, Madam Jyoti Jain. Good evening to all.
Preeti ma'am joined the previous link in which she was there as a judge. So I just called her to change the link. Yeah, she is there. Okay. Welcome, Preeti ma'am. We can start now.
Sure, ma'am. Success is not just a story, it's a fruition of tireless efforts made to achieve it. A very good evening, everyone. I, Sharon Verma, would like to extend a very warm welcome to one and all present here today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the delegates, esteemed speakers, authors, our dignitaries, and the participants to the valedictory ceremony of the maiden edition of IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, and Computer Engineering, IEEE DELCON 2022. Co-sponsored by IEEE IAS, IEEE MGS SACS, PACS, IEEE CSS, PPS International, and Titagar Wagons Limited, as well as technically and financially endorsed by IEEE Delhi Section, the conference has been successfully convened at Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi, India. The conference aimed to provide an exemplary platform to research personnels, industrialists, and academicians to showcase their eminent discoveries, ideas, and applications in the domains that fall under the IEEE umbrella. DELCON also invited prospective authors to submit their original research work delineating new theoretical and/or experimental research observations in carefully curated 8 tracks. The fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome our honorable chief guest of the valedictory ceremony, Dr. Preeti Bajaj. We are ecstatic to have you join us for the ceremony, ma'am. So before advancing with the session, I would request all the dignitaries to kindly turn on their videos for a group photograph. Thank you so much, all. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts its sail. The sails of this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and the person who gave us the belief to bring together this conference. She is none other than our General Chair, Professor Prerna Gaur. Professor Gaur is currently designated as the Treasurer at IEEE India Council and as the Director at NSUT East Campus. She has previously served as a chair at IEEE Delhi Section. With more than 28 years of experience in technical research in the field of electrical drives, artificial intelligent control, and generation of electrical energy, she has successfully authored more than 150 research papers in the international journals and IEEE conferences. Professor Gaur was also awarded with the Women of the Decade in Academia at the Women Economic Forum in 2018. May I please request ma'am to take over the stage and address the gathering.
Thank you, Sharon, for introduction, for your good words. Chief guest, Professor Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor, Galgotia Universities. Patent from Professor Bhim Singh and Professor Rachnagar. The Publication Committee Chair, Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay. Technical Program Committee Chairs, Professor D.K. Jain and Dr. Ashu Verma. Chair, Organizing Committee, Professor Rajni Sharma and Dr. Shruti Jain. and the members of the organizing committee, past year Professor K. Subramanian, Professor A.Q. Ansari, Professor Huda, Dr. Sneha, and other IEEE Delhi section Execom members present today, distinguished delegates, research scholars, student volunteers, ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening to this wonderful day. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome all our esteemed speakers, delegates, all the sponsoring sections, and participants at the closing ceremony of the maiden edition of IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics and Computer Engineering, IEEE DELCON 2022. The event is being co-sponsored by IEEE Industry Application Society, IEEE Control System Society, IEEE MGA, SAC, SPACS, PPS International, and Titagar, as well as endorsed by Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology. And web links were provided under the supervision of Professor M.N. Huda through Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Engineering. DELCON 2022 was conducted with an aim to provide an inspiring yet thoughtful environment for academic and industrial specialists to interact and engage with young researchers from the fields of computer science, information technology, electrical and electronics engineering. It is our great honor to spend the past 3 days with delegates from 15 different countries. With our humble participation, the conference finished all its sessions successfully. At the opening session, I said that I hoped we would learn new ideas from each other, which we could adopt to future inspire. I know that there have been many interesting and useful presentations in these 3 days, both in the plenary session and in the paper presentations. I believe many good experiences have been shared and good lessons learned. In spite of the tough and uncertain conditions of the time, speakers across the industry and academia have been reached out to, and they have shown keen interest in participating and contributing to this key need for the research and innovation to jumpstart to the next level. Here I would like to mention Mr. V.K. Dutt and his team from Railways also. What I would like us to dwell on as this conference is drawing to a close is the work, the process that takes us towards success, towards our goals. This process comes with many ups and downs, but we need to focus on learning and improving. I am glad to share that in these current times of global pandemic, it is remarkable to witness a conference like DELCON receiving outstanding submissions. IEEE Delhi Section 2000, IEEE DELCON 2022 witnessed a total of 8 tracks, Data Science and Advanced Analytics total papers 38, Cloud and Big Data Computing total papers 41, Communication and Information Technology total papers 41, VLSI Technology and Embedded Systems total papers 54, Power, Energy and Power Electronics total papers 104, Intelligent Control Systems total papers 25, and Biomedical Engineering and Healthcare Engineering total papers 49, Special Track WI total papers 27. As the process of paper submission, we were fortunate to have the support of EDAS, an integrated solution with the IEEE electronic copyright from submission system, along with allowing authors to file copyright forms electronically. And I am pleased to share that each paper presented during the conference was thoroughly reviewed by 3 reviewers, giving their point of view and sharing their ideas and thoughts. I would like to thank all the reviewers and authors for their active participations and making this conference a huge success. In the past 3 days, 337 papers were registered and 302 were presented in presence of session chairs who have interacted with the authors for betterment of their research. I would like to thank the session chairs, and certificates to all have been prepared and will be sent to all, including authors and reviewers. I would like to thank everyone who have deliberated in the form of organizing committee, session chairs, reviewers, authors in this COVID-19 pandemic. Many have fallen sick or their family members suffered. I myself suffered twice during this period, but we can say despite all these tough times, this conference is successfully represented. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our student volunteers who have been working tirelessly for the last 3 days and contributed towards the successful conduct of the maiden edition of IEEE DELCON. Our research scholars are also working day and night with the student volunteer teams. Throughout these days, we maintained 5 virtual rooms with 3 student volunteers coordinating with each room, enabling the delegates and students to present their papers and listen to distinguished engineers and speakers through plenary sessions. That has certainly given them an enlightening experience about research. I hope that you share your experiences and expertise with other participants from near and far, and that a cordial relationship established among us during the DELCON 2022 will future strengthen. Finally, I would like to thank all the esteemed dignitaries who have taken the time to share their knowledge and ideas with all attendees. I would like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. The essence of a conference lies in the feedback from authors who presented their work and demonstrated their enthusiasm. For this, we have with us Dr. Vijayalata Reddy to take the stage on behalf of the participating authors. An academician with more than 22 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Vijayalata's area of research includes image processing, cloud computing, and big data analytics. Ma'am also had a paper presentation during the conference titled Early Detection of Cassava Plant Leaf Diseases During Efficient Net BO in Track 3, Power and Energy. She's the Vice Chair of Student Activities Committee, IEEE India Council. Without further ado, I would request ma'am to take over the stage and present her feedback and experience as a participating author in this conference.
Thank you very much for such a lovely introduction. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the entire team and special congratulations to Perna ma'am to lead such a wonderful team. In fact, during my paper submission, I had little hinges while submitting a paper, and the team was so active, proactive in fact, and they were able to resolve all the issues which we were facing as a participants. While maybe during submission or maybe during the final video submission or at any stage. And the communication was so quick among the team members, and the response was really excellent. And in fact, they used to call us back and ask us whether whatever the issue was there, was it resolved or not. So in fact, I would like to congratulate the entire team for this. And coming to the conference, really it was very excellent. And I have opportunity to attend few of the plenary sessions, and they were really wonderful. And as everyone says, learning should never stop. So it was really a new, always learning is continuous process. In fact, I ensured that I attended few tracks, and it was something there was a taken back from the sessions also, a small delta factor of whatever we get the input makes a lot of change in our research. So really, this few tracks were really excellent. All the tracks were good, but I was able to attend only few of them. So they were really wonderful. And once again, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me opportunity to present my paper and trying to address all the issues at every stage we had. We, as a participant, we were facing it. And thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your feedback. Moving forth, we have with us Mr. V.K. Dutt, a retired IR technocrat. He's an expert on railways and urban mobility. Recently, he visited the US and Australia and found out that there are several state-of-the-art technologies that can not only improve efficiency of Indian railways, but substantially bring down the cost of projects. He was one of our session chairs, and as a member of the fundraising committee, had onboarded corporate sponsors for IEEE DELCON. I welcome you to the stage, sir, and for addressal of the audience on behalf of the session chairs.
Thank you, Sharon. Dear Prerna ji, respected Subrata sir, all my seniors, colleagues, students, Dr. Subramanian. This has been an exhilarating experience for me. As a IITian from Roorkee, Dr. Subrata is my senior. Engineer in Department of Atomic Energy, BARC, designer of some nuclear reactors, had done in railways, and always associated with IEEE. Something which I say to my colleagues in industry. When 350 people died in 1974, see, Shastriji resigned as a railway minister as a result of an accident. Again, somebody else resigned. So normally when an accident takes place, there is a person called Commissioner of Railway Safety. He is a railway man who is posted in the Ministry of Civil Aviation so that he cannot come back to railway, so that he cannot influence, and he is investigating the accidents. So, but once something unprecedented happened, 350 people died. So government said, let it be a judicial inquiry. Only twice it has been judicial inquiry. So Justice Sikri, when he was taking the evidence, so senior divisional civil engineer said, I did not know about hydrogen contamination so much that I could predict that this fracture of rail will take place and so many people has died. So the judge wrote that the need of the engineers is to be current in the technical development. They cannot rest at what has happened, and to keep their knowledge afresh, they should be members of societies like IEEE, and not only member, contribute to the knowledge so that they can gain. Again, something has happened. Siliguri contraction motor failed, caused the accident. So it is the back to the circle shape. So I tell, and railways is the only ministry, thanks to Justice Sikri, where if you are a member of IEEE, 90% of your contribution is reimbursed throughout your service career. I tell other ministries also to follow this, and this is the spirit in which I joined. Mr. R.K. Veer joined, and but the irony is, not even 10 people are members of IEEE throughout India. So the need is interaction between industry and academics which can take India forward. So this is the spirit I take it forward. I tell Chairman Railway Board, he is an electrical engineer now, come and join. So that this is an example for others to do it. Coming to this conference and last conference, it has been my endeavor to motivate railwaymen to write research papers so that they are encouraged to go into technology, survey the literature and bring out. I'm happy. Last Indicon saw two research papers for the first time. Paper by retired member electrical railway board, Mr. Ghanshyam Singh, on how the railway will be totally solar and renewable by 2030. Mr. Abhay Bhakre, Director General BEE, he is also a railwayman on the electrical vehicles. And this year, this track 5 which I was chairing, General Manager of Chittaranjan Locomotive Works on the distributed power. See friends, Prime Minister Modi's Panchamrit, which he said in COP26 at Glasgow. Fifth Amrit is making India carbon neutral by 2070. Now, this Panchamrit, which we talk again and again for this, the energy efficiency will be the major contributor. And the problem is, biggest contributor will be the transport sector. Friends, I can tell you, in 1950, around when we got republic and we got independence, 80% of the share was of the railways, which is going to be carbon neutral, and road had 20%. Today, road has 80%, 70%, railways 30%, and passenger only 10%. And this share is going down every year. So, to meet the target of COP26, you must reverse. So, national rail policy, which has been enunciated to make capacity increase beyond demand by 2030, increase the rate share from existing 27% to 45%, which will result in reduction in emissions, which is 91% is from road, 1.3% is from railways. So people in Bureau of Energy Efficiency say, sir, we are not bothered whether you are carbon neutral or not. Kindly expand the capacity so that the emissions are controlled. Well, if you further improve 1.3%, there is hardly improvement. But if you expand, so the barriers, this is our aim to close the barriers. In the same spirit, energy efficiency, Modi ji has said, Atmanirbhar Bharat, indigenization of technology in defense, in railways. So the people who have taken strides in this technology, I have tried to associate them. This Tita Pharma. See, friends, when COVID struck us, Europe collapsed. Our friends across the border purchased almost every company in the Europe. But some visionary entrepreneurs in this country also participated. And this Titagarh has acquired a company called Pharma in Italy who made the coaches for the world's fastest train TGV at 350 kilometers per hour. So they say we are the first multinational of Indian multinational. So they are for the first time made aluminium bodied coaches supplying for Pune Metro, which is a dream come true. I have been trying since 2000 when we advertise, we say you got stainless steel oblique aluminium, but aluminium has always been 20% costlier. So the breakthrough was he has brought aluminium at par with the technology. And then we are talking of scandium reinforced aluminium, which will further 50% reduce it. Research area of this. The second sponsor, PP International. Friends, there is a OHE which we make it. There is a special OHE which goes in metro. This person has indigenized this and looking for breakthrough when somebody gives him an opportunity. So idea is to associate people in India who have done the breakthrough worth of IEEE. I have taken more time than allotted to me. I'm sorry. But one thing what struck me, the papers were futuristic. I chaired the track 5. All the papers were solar, renewable, hydrogen economy, and how to overcome the barriers. Very well welcome. And final paper from the railways, again, what I have elaborated in detail. For in such a topical conference, I'm grateful to Subrata sir, Prerna ji, Rachna ji, Dr. Ansari, Dr. Bhim Singh, so many people. And it is a giant step in bringing technical academics close to industry. What I say, academics and technical academics. Technical academics should be very close to industry to make India great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that feedback. Advancing with the ceremony, we have our esteemed academicians who were a part of the organizing committee. Dr. Shruti Jain from JP University of Information Technology. She's also a senior member of IEEE and Execom member of IEEE Delhi section and was the organizing committee chair at IEEE DELCON 2022. I hand over the stage to you, ma'am, for your feedback.
Thank you, Sharon. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Subrat sir, Rachna ma'am, Prerna ma'am, Ansari sir, and everyone who is in the dais. Coming together is beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. I am extremely honored to be a part of IEEE Maiden Edition, IEEE DELCON 2022. This is just because of Prerna ma'am, the faith she has on us. So we have worked it. I must thank to the committee members, all the committee members, Manpreet ma'am, Sapna ma'am, Rashmi ma'am, and the student volunteers, Sharon, Sneha, Gagan, Vibhu, Divakar, Anuradha ma'am, who have worked like when we call each other, they are like, yes, ma'am, we'll do this one. And same is with the Rashmi ma'am. She has a COVID also. And then also she is working on the conference. When we say anything, she'll always ready. She never see that I have a COVID or I'll not do this, I'll not do that. So it's just like it's amazing feeling to work with all. I must thanks. It's my honor to be a part of this conference. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those kind words. We now have Dr. Manpreet Kaur from MRIU, the chair for Cloud and Big Data Computing track and the member of Publicity and Public Relations Committee, IEEE DELCON 2022. I welcome you, ma'am, to the stage. I request the host to kindly unmute Dr. Manpreet Kaur.
Good evening, everyone on the dais. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
My heartfelt greetings to one and all present here in this valedictory ceremony of the maiden conference of IEEE Delhi section, DELCON 2022. I extend my heartiest congratulations to the organizing team for this big success. This evening and this valedictory ceremony is very special to all of us because this is the very first conference of IEEE Delhi section. It was really an honor to be a part of this wonderful team. There is one significant observation which I have made during the review process during the conference, that there is a huge increase in undergraduate research papers received in the conference as compared to previous years. Thus, I feel there is a countrywide sea change in undergraduate research, which will surely lead to more and more innovations and will definitely going to impact the society. At the same time, it will inculcate more confidence into the students as they have been into this experience of real-time problem solving. With this, I really thank the organizing team, especially Prerna ma'am and Rachna ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. And once again, I congratulate to all researchers, delegates, organizing team and student volunteers for making this event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Sapna Gambhir from JC Bose University of Science and Technology. She was the chair for VTrack and a member of the Publicity and Public Relations Committee, IEEE DELCON 2022. Welcome, ma'am. The stage is all yours.
I think, am I audible to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to share my experiences in front of you all. Thank you so much. And at the first, I would like to congratulate all the organizing team members of DELCON 2020 to make this event so successful. As we all know, the conference was conducted virtually, and these type of platforms have their own challenges. Starting with many of the participants are from remote areas as well, and at some points or at some end, network issues may be there. But being a part of the organizing committee, due to the patience of the participants, session chairs, and the team spirit of the organizing team members, the whole conference is conducted so seamlessly. Thank you so much, everyone, for this. And I would like to again share my experience being a section chair as well. And I must say, all the videos presented were awesome technically. Awesome means all are in their time limit, all followed the same format. Even the voice part was also clear. And for this, I would like to say thanks to all our student volunteers to work hard in order to review all these things for the format. And one point I must mention here, I appreciate the way to remind the session chairs 15 minutes before their respective sessions. Thank you so much for that. Once again, I congratulate for conducting all the sessions, all the talks, and the debate competitions flawlessly. Thank you so much, Prerna ma'am, Rachna ma'am, to have a confidence in me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experience. Now we have Dr. Rashmi Agarwal from JC Bose University of Science and Technology. She was also the chair for VTrack and a member of the Finance Committee. Welcome, ma'am. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Sharon. I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance to give my feedback. So it was a great working as a committee member of DELCON 2022. Conference was very well organized, very well performed. Yeah, it was a very cosmopolitan in its participant and very broad to coverage. All the plenary speakers were very great and informative. I really like to congratulate and thank General Chair Telcon Professor Prerna Gaur to give me an opportunity to be a part of this organizing committee. I know it has taken numerous sleepless nights to synchronize this program and ensure that last 3 days seamlessly with a flow of events. So I think all the credits go to the effort of chair who was very fast to respond on every call, whether in respect to operate EDAS or a review process or working as a coordinator. She was always there to give us an answer and a solution of our problem. Even credit goes to all the student team who spent day and night to enable the gathering of like minds to occur and make this conference a memorable event. So thanks for providing me even a platform. I was always dreaming to talk to Professor Bhim Singh, Professor Subroto, Sukumar Mishra, Rachna ma'am. So I got a platform in which I was able to meet all these great professors also. So it was also they were like research process. People were presenting their papers also. So it was very, I was privileged to listen all this research work also. And I really want to congratulate the NSUT team and Sharon, Vibhu, Gagan, and I think Gaurav from JC Bose, Divakar. Yes, Divakar. He was day and night on this process. So I really want to congratulate the whole team who put their all efforts and congratulate the Prerna ma'am, Rachna ma'am, Subroto sir to make this event a memorable event. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to acknowledge the hard work by our enthusiastic, determined volunteers and their relentless efforts for making this conference a success. Keeping in view the crunch of time, I'd like to take just a few names. Mr. Divakar Pathak, who was the lead for research scholars and who also took the lead for paper and presentation format reviewing and alike. Mr. Gagan Singh, who was the SPACS program committee chair, is also currently holding the position as the section student representative from IEEE Delhi section, as well as the vice chair of IEEE NSUT student branch. He had managed presentation coordination, the overall event management, inviting and reaching out to eminent personalities for their plenary talks during the conference, among the other tasks. Mr. Vibhu Badal Gupta, Chair, Student Team, and also Vice Chairperson, IEEE NSUT Student Branch. He had made tireless efforts in bringing together the website and associated technical affairs, handling the grievances of the authors, among other things. Ms. Neha Pandey, the chairperson of IEEE NSUT, the host student branch for the conference, brought the team of volunteers together and managed the smooth conduct for paper presentation sessions in various tracks. Last but not the least, I would also like to acknowledge the host IEEE NSUT and its student volunteers who worked tirelessly for making this event a huge success. Words can't express their determination and hard work, but on behalf of organizing committee and General Chair Professor Prerna Gaur, I would like to give them a huge round of applause and the best of luck for such events and initiatives in future. I would also like to take time to appreciate the efforts of student volunteers from other student branches who put their hard work into this conference. Thank you so much all. Before being a leader, success is all about growing yourself. Post becoming a leader, success is all about growing others. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Professor Preeti Bajaj, the chief guest of this evening. Professor Bajaj is currently the Vice Chancellor of Galgotius University, Greater Noida. Having 30 years of rich academic, administrative, and research experience, her expertise is in computational intelligence, to intelligent transportation system, agriculture, education data mining, and healthcare. Her professional society affiliations include Fellow Institute of Engineers, Fellow IETE, and Senior Member IEEE. Ma'am has also served in various governing bodies, including General Council of National Board of Accreditations, New Delhi, Board of Governors of IEEE Itakapanu, USA, and many more. She is passionate about outcome-based education and accreditations and has trained more than 1,000 faculties pan-India. She has authored and co-authored 100 plus reviewed publications with 1,000 plus citations, has co-authored 3 book chapters, and is the co-inventor for 3 patents. Dr. Bajaj holds several awards which include FICCI Road Safety Awards. She is a very active IEEE volunteer for the last 20 plus years, has worked at Global Regional Council Section Branch, Member Awards and Recognition Committee IEEE MGA, and was also asked to organize a global consortium for women engineers by IEEE USA in September 2020. Currently, she leads the educational activities under Region 10 Asia Pacific for the year 2021-22. She has organized the IEEE Women in Engineering International Leadership Summit in IEEE 2020 and was the founder chair of IEEE Nagpur subsection. I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am, to the closing ceremony of the 3-day maiden conference, IEEE DELCON 2022. May I kindly request you to take over the stage and share a few words with our audience. Ma'am, you are not audible. I request the host to kindly unmute Professor Preeti Bajaj.
Thank you so much, Sharon. So the organizing committee of IEEE DELCON 2022, the Maiden IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics and Computer Engineering. The team of Netaji Subhash University of Technology as well, Delhi Section, the General Chair, Dr. Prerna Gaur, who herself, when she has initiated, so we expect a minimum quality and the maximum outcome of every event. And that I have seen her for probably last 10 plus years of my association with her. The patron of the conference, the members who are present over here, the very good evening to one and all. I'm very happy and privileged to be part of such prestigious conference valedictory ceremony. In spite of having challenging time, which I could see from the feedback and all, whether it is second wave, whether it is now Omicron, but one thing which I continuously have watched myself is Delhi section and its activities. So kudos to all the chairs and the organizing and team and volunteers for organizing such activities and keeping your engaged for all the activities and conference. Coming to the conference, which gives you a platform for networking, platform to collaborate, platform to showcase your work, to know how you can grow, how you can take your work further, to get in your mentors by listening to the keynote speakers, and having such conference which is having association with so many technical and IEEE entities and OUs, I would say. Kudos to everyone, and first of all to Dr. Prerna and the complete team of volunteers and Delhi section in particular, and my dear friend Rachna, who is patron. Coming to without taking much of time, I would like to, I have been given one more responsibility. So I would say, coming to conference, this was first, but I'm sure the many conferences Delhi section would come up with, and I'm sure the quality is assured. The focus technical conferences would also be there, and this is just a beginning. and अभी पूरा आसमान बाकी है. So many congratulations. I have been entrusted with the responsibility of declaring the awards for winners of the competition which we just witnessed, the wonderful competition. So VCHAR the topic was gender bias in professional world, myth or reality. Wonderful thoughts have been expressed by finalists. I would say 12 finalists, except one. 11 have presented very well. The best overall speaker, so that goes to Subramanya Navada. Many congratulations. It was really good. We all have said. And the best speaker for the motions. There are two more awards. One is best speaker for the motion, Vaibhav Singh, and best speaker against the motion, Harshita Aparna. And cash prize of every rupees 2,000 is being given from the organizing team for every winner. So heartiest congratulations, the winners. And I would say winning, and that's what we all were discussing, that many times you have presented your work, and but then because of some of the constraints, probably you were not able to give the best, and that is how. So don't give don't blame on situation, or don't blame on don't relate it with the gender, or don't have any negative thought. I would say it's all, everybody has given best, but there has to be few who will be given the award. So we have chosen these, but everybody was best, you all, I mean, and this is not to please you, but this is dil se. So thank you so much, everyone, for inviting me to be part of this Madam Conference valedictory function, and even for Vichar, and for such a wonderful thing. Thank you, Prerna. It's great to be with you always. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words have infused a lot of motivation in us, and also for this delightful announcement. Congratulations to all the winners. Talent and skills are the crops that are nurtured, groomed, and given all possible opportunities to grow and bloom. Maintaining this spirit, from the endorsement of the General Chair, Professor Prerna Gaur, and the organizing committee of IEEE DELCON 2022, 8 Best Paper Awards have been set aside, one from each track, that shall be announced in the upcoming weeks as the results are consolidated and reconciled. All authors are requested to stay tuned on IEEE DELCON 2022 website and social media handles for the same. Moving on with the session, may I please request the presenters to play the videos by our corporate sponsors, PPS International and Titagarh Wagons Limited, in that order.
Its journey in 2003, as an Indian agent, is now no longer working as Indian agent. For the past 4 years, PPS has been manufacturing more than 40 different types of components for railways and metros applications. Getting motivation from Make in India initiative, PPS has set up 2 world-class manufacturing units in Greater Noida, having more than 150,000 square feet covered area, which is fully equipped with in-house manufacturing facilities for producing various rolling stock and 25 kV overhead electrical equipments, complete cable harness for 3-phase locomotives, complete range of connectors under collaboration with Jimeta Switzerland. Power contactors, AC 25 kV earthing switch for VCB, DC earthing switch for traction converters, key multiplier, electrical panels, modular cantilever, rigid overhead catenary system, OHE fittings, PG clamps, PTFE short neutral section assembly, droppers, onboard passenger information and CCTV surveillance systems and many more. In a very short span of time, PPS has achieved the sale.
Thank you so much. Every celebration is an experience. The external fades away and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depths of our hearts. We are reminded that events like this one are the milestones on the journey of life. As we come to the close of our valedictory ceremony, I, on behalf of the whole team of IEEE DELCON and Netaji Subhash University of Technology, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing the plenary sessions, authors for sharing with us their findings. Further, I must mention our deepest sense of appreciation to all the session chairs for evaluating the presentation sessions, dignitaries for gracing us with your kind presence, and the attendees in all events held in the span of 3 days for their very interactive and zestful participation. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of well-motivated and dedicated volunteers who knew their job. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I would again...
Sharon, I think Rachna has joined.
I didn't see her in the participants.
She has just joined the meet. I hope
She has just joined. Actually,
Yeah.
we was waiting for her.
Yeah, I was waiting for her.
So, have you completed, Sharon, or something is left for thanks?
Oh, I'm a little still left. Rachna can continue with that. I request the host to kindly unmute Professor Rachna Garg. Thank you so much. So I welcome Professor Rachna Garg to propose a vote of thanks on this evening. She's a professor in the Electrical Engineering Department of the Delhi Technological University. And besides being a director of the Equal Opportunity Cell at DTU, she's also a senior member and volunteer at IEEE. As a member of the Women in Engineering India Council, she served as Secretary, Treasurer, Chair of PES IAS Delhi Chapter, Chair of Women in Engineering Affinity Group Delhi Section, and Student Activities Chair for the Delhi Section. She has been bestowed with multiple awards, including Outstanding Chair Engineer Award from the PES Delhi Chapter. As we come to the close of our valedictory ceremony, I welcome you, ma'am. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Sharon. And first of all, I would like to say sorry for being late because I have some other meeting of my university that I have to attend. So, sorry for being late. So, all the dignitaries present in the final valedictory function of DELCON 22. It has been a great pleasure to present in the valedictory function of DELCON 22. The DELCON 22 is one of the finest international conferences that have been held uh, in Delhi section. And although this is the maiden edition of DELCON, still uh, uh, the efforts made by the organizers speaks a lot in the success of this conference. The conference has about 300 plus, 350 plus papers in it, and many plenary and keynote addresses. And it is my proud privilege to give the vote of thanks to all the members of this conference, DELCON 22. First of all, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of NSUT, Professor J.P. Saini sir, for giving us this opportunity to host this conference at NSUT and to provide all the logistical and other supports to the conference. Sir, we are really thankful to you for your encouragement and support in all the endeavors of IEEE. Also, I am thankful to the administration of NSUT for giving their all support. I am also thankful to all the keynote speakers and the plenary session speakers who delivered the cutting edge lectures in this conference, which has benefited all the attendees of the conference. Their lectures has taken the conference to a next level. The speakers were so good and they are well appreciated by one and all. I am also thankful to all the researchers and the authors who had submitted their work to this conference. They consider this conference to be good enough to showcase their work. It is the authors and the researchers who can make a conference successful, and we are very thankful to all the authors who had submitted their work and showcased their work in this conference. I am also thankful to all the organizers, especially the general chair of the conference, Professor Prerna, who has worked tirelessly day and night in making this conference a huge success. I am also thankful to all the TPC chairs, the publication chair, and all other volunteers of IEEE Delhi section and outside Delhi section who are involved in the organization of this conference. Without them, it will not be possible to host uh, such a big conference without the help and support of each and everyone uh, of the volunteers. Last but not the least, I am thankful to all the student volunteers who work day and night in making this conference a huge success. So, I would be failing in my duty if I don't thank all the persons who are involved directly or indirectly in the organizing this conference. So, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for those words. We appreciate the time our dignitaries took out from their hectic schedules for the closing ceremony of IEEE DELCON 2022. In recognition of your benign presence and as a token of our appreciation towards you, it is our honor to present e-mementos to all our dignitaries. I request the presenters to start presenting the e-mementos, please. To Dr. Preeti Bajaj, the chief guest for today's evening. To Professor Prerna Gaur, the General Chair of IEEE DELCON 2022 for hosting such a good conference. To Professor Rachna Garg, Chairperson, Delhi Section and Student Affairs Council. To Dr. Shruti Jain, Organizing Committee Chair, IEEE DELCON 2022. To Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Track Chair, Cloud and Big Data Computing, IEEE DELCON 2022. To Dr. Sapna Gambhir, Track Chair, Women in Engineering, IEEE DELCON 2022. To Dr. Rashmi Agarwal, Track Chair, Women in Engineering, IEEE DELCON 2022. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for your blessings and unstinted support for this conference. The reward of a thing well done is having done it. On this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable IEEE DELCON 2022. On behalf of the team, I sincerely thank all our dignitaries for being here with us in this evening and enlightening us with their enthusiastic remarks. I further extend my heartfelt gratitude to the professors and everyone of the IEEE family for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this conference. With this, we wrap up with the final day 3 of IEEE DELCON 2022 and the conference as a whole. Have a wonderful and fun-filled evening. Thank you everyone for being a part of this conference.
यहाँ की भी चेंज करा दे, इनकी भी अब बाहर बैठ
सेम हियर सर। अब लीव करने का मन ही नहीं कर रहा अभी मीटिंग का ना कि वी हैव टू लीव द मीटिंग। ओह Now today all the student volunteers will have a good sleep after
Yes,
5
yes.
days. Yes ma'am, otherwise they are like ना कि रात को 3 बजे तक भी लगे हुए थे।
बहुत अच्छा लगा
बहुत अच्छा किया। हाँ
आपके
जी
साथ
मैम।
काम करके। 3 दिन एक्चुअली मेरी तो आज मैरिज एनिवर्सरी है।
ओह ग्रेट, हैप्पी एनिवर्सरी मैम।
मैं तो सुबह से